All rise. District Court's now in session. Honorable Stephen W. Boyce, Judge presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and have our jurors brought in, please.
All right, please. Here's our President Counter for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, good morning, everyone. We're on the record now on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with evidence with the state's case in chief. Court will note the jurors are all present, properly seated and accounted for, and the court has received the signed juror affirmations of all of our jurors. So thank you again for continuing to follow the court's instructions. At this time, then, I understand the state will be calling another witness, and who is going to be examining the witness, and who will the witness be?
I will, Your Honor, and the state calls Katie Dace.
Very well, you may call your witness.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay. And this is the fresh water.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Before we inquire, I'll just ask, have you been watching any of the trial testimony since this case began?
I have not.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in trial?
No.
All right, thanks for answering those questions. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
My name is Catherine Dace, Katherinedace.
Ms. Dace, what is your occupation or profession?
I am a forensic biologist and supervisor with the Idaho State Police Forensic Services in Meridian, Idaho.
So is that a lab?
It is.
Do you know if that lab is accredited?
Yes, we are accredited by the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation. Additionally, the biology section is accredited to the FBI quality assurance standards.
And how long have you been employed by the Idaho State Police Forensics Lab?
Since 2016.
Is that the first forensics lab you've worked at?
No.
What other labs have you worked at?
I began my career in 2008 with the Denver Police Department as a forensic biologist. I worked there until 2012, at which point I went to work for a military contractor performing DNA testing overseas for approximately 1 year. After that, I went to the Texas Department of Public Safety in Austin, Texas for approximately 2 years before coming to Idaho.
And would you describe for the jury your educational background?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic biology from West Virginia University.
And did your formal education include the study of DNA?
It did.
Did that education include hands-on work with DNA testing techniques?
Yes, at each one of my employers, I completed a formal training program encompassing the duties that I would perform. These included things like scientific literature reviews, practice samples, practice cases, oral and written exams, competency cases, and supervised casework.
And are you certified by any boards?
Yes, I am certified by the American Board of Criminalistics in molecular biology.
And what are your duties and responsibilities at the Idaho State Forensics Lab?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of biological fluids and material and attempt to generate DNA profiles from those items. I will then compare DNA profiles I obtain to known reference samples in the case. And as a supervisor, I handle case management and personnel matters.
Ms. Dace, did you receive evidence in the case of the state versus Chad Daybell?
I did.
And is that evidence identified in your lab by the number M2020-2233?
It is.
In general, what evidence did you receive into your lab in this case?
I received autopsy samples from J.J. Vallow, including oral swabs, rectal swabs, penile swabs, hand swabs, and nail swabs. We received tape from around his hands, ankles, mouth, tape and plastic from around his head, and tape and plastic that the body was wrapped in. I received 2 swabs from an apartment in Rexburg, Idaho. I received tools and a necklace from the Daybell property. And I received known reference samples in this case for J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, Melanie Gibb, Richard Mao, and Dennis Trahan.
And did other individuals in your lab also perform work on this case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 421. This is an Idaho State Lab report by Riley Nolan. I believe it comes in by way of stipulation.
It's by stipulation, Judge.
Very well. Exhibit 421, having been offered without objection, is admitted.
Ms. Dace, can you just quickly review the first couple pages of that? And what is that?
This is a DNA report written by our laboratory,
Right. And who wrote that specific report?
Riley Nowlin.
And are you familiar with Riley?
Yes, she is my supervisor and our laboratory manager.
Right. And do you know what the purpose of that report was?
This was parentage comparisons between samples from presumed to be J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan and Lori Vallow and J.J.'s father, Dennis Trahan.
And Your Honor, may I publish that for the jury?
Yes, you may.
I almost called you Ms. Nowlin. Ms. Dace, can you explain to the jury the evidence description, the items that were being tested in this specific report?
There are molars presumed to be from Tylee Ryan. There's a reference sample from Lori Vallow, a reference sample from Dennis Trahan, and we previously obtained a DNA profile from a tooth presumed to be from JJ Fallow.
Can you just read into the record the conclusions and interpretations of that report?
Yes. So based upon evaluation of the DNA profiles obtained from item 23 and 25, Lori Vallow cannot be excluded as being the biological mother of the deceased individual said to be Tylee Ryan. The single parentage index for the loci examined is 2,528,000,000. At least 99.9999, there's 4 nines, of the female population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the biological mother of Tylee Ryan.
So that's not language that most of us usually use, right? Can you explain to the jury what that conclusion and interpretation means?
So you get half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father. And so at every location, you are expected to share DNA from your parent to your child. And so this looks at the DNA between the presumed child and the parent and compares whether or not that person could be the parent of that individual. In this case, Lori Vallow is included as being the mother of the remains of Tylee Ryan.
And then if you could read the next paragraph, and I'll turn the page.
The DNA profile obtained from item 32 is consistent with the profile previously obtained from item 21, an additional reference sample from Dennis Trahan.
And if you could read that top.
Based upon the evaluation of the DNA profile obtained from item 32, as well as the profile previously obtained from item 16.1, Dennis Trahan cannot be excluded as being the biological father of the deceased individual said to be Joshua J. Vallow. The single parentage index for the loci examined is 5,602,000. At least 99.9999 of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being the biological father of Joshua J. Vallow.
And again, because that's not language most of us use, can you just briefly explain what that said for the jury?
It said that Dennis Trahan cannot be excluded as being the father of those remains. So he is included as being the biological father.
Thank you. So Ms. Dace, we had, before we went over that lab report, talked about some of the items you received in this case. Did you mention receiving bags?
Yes.
Let's talk about those. What kind of bags were they? What did they look like?
It was a white plastic, appeared to be a grocery bag from around the head, and there was tape on it. And then there were several black, what looked like black trash bags that were wrapped in tape that the body was wrapped in. However, those items, when we received them, had already been removed. So we received just the tape and the plastic separately.
From those bags, were you ever able to locate or generate a DNA profile from any material located on those bags?
So I did not do any DNA testing on the bags. I did do DNA testing on the tape. So I assisted Tara Martinez in collecting hairs and fibers from the tape. Most of the tape and plastic had decomposition fluid present. And so I tested those items for blood and they were positive. When examining the tape, I was looking for irregular edges that could indicate someone might have torn the tape with their teeth and left behind saliva. So I did swab a few of the tape ends, and then after latent print processing, I went back and swabbed areas of unidentifiable fingerprint ridge detail in an attempt to get a DNA profile.
Were you able to generate any profiles?
I obtained one DNA profile from the tape from JJ's hands, and it was consistent with him.
JJ. You said that some of the fluid tested positive for blood.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And where was that located specifically?
On all of the tape and the plastic.
And did you do any DNA testing on that blood?
No.
Why not?
It was presumed to be the victims. During decomposition, your body breaks down. And so decomposition fluid often has blood in it. And a lot of the tape still had lots of small hairs and apparent skin attached to it in addition to the blood. And all of that would be expected to be JJ's DNA.
Did you receive a chain and a pendant as part of the items that were brought to the lab?
I did.
Did you test those for the presence of blood?
I did. It was negative.
You mentioned some swabs from an apartment 175.
Yes.
Tell us what you did with those items.
There was a swab from a knife blade, and it was negative for blood. There was also a swab from a wall, and it was very weakly positive for blood. And that would have been consumptive to test for DNA, so we did not perform DNA analysis.
I want to talk to you about some of the tools you received. Do you recall in general which tools you received?
Yes, I received 18 tools from a garage barn on the Daybell property. They included a post hole digger, a garden hoe, shovels, a pickaxe, axes, shears, and hand saws.
Did you do any type of testing on any of those tools?
Yes, they were requested for blood and human remains. So I did find quite a few small stains on handles of many of the tools that did test positive for blood. They were very small and would have been consumptive to test. So I did not perform DNA testing on those. On 4 of the tools, I located what I thought could be human remains, and I collected that material. I photographed it, and then I performed DNA testing on a portion of it.
So that was on 4 tools.
Yes,
Did you take pictures of those items as part of your report?
I did.
So tell us a little more about that process of when you bring in a tool or a sample. Like, what specifically are you looking for, and how do you go about testing it?
So the first thing we do is we open the item and photograph it. I did collect hairs and fibers if I saw them. Some of the tools were quite dirty, so I needed to remove the dirt in order to see the surface of the item. And so I did that as well. I also removed some ashes from several of the items. And then I go about looking for stains that have the appearance of blood or could possibly be blood mixed with, say, dirt or ashes or something like that. And then I do presumptive blood testing to see if any of these items maybe should be for DNA.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the witness be handed State's Exhibit 201A through 201R. The court and counsel have been provided a copy.
And on that exhibit, Mr. Wood, it appears that all of those letters are inclusive, A through R, correct?
So I'll double check.
Confirmed with my courtesy copies, just making sure none were removed out of the sequence.
That should be accurate, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Stace, if you'll just take a second and review State's Exhibit 201 A through R, and let me know when you've had a chance to look at it.
Okay,
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 201 A through R?
I do.
What does that purport to be?
These are photos I took during my examination of the tools and of hairs and fibers collected from the tape.
And you said these are photos you took yourself.
Yes,
Now, some of these photos have markings on them. Are these markings that you placed on the photographs?
yes, or the item itself, depending on what it was.
And are those markings a part of your regular testing procedures?
Yes,
And are these pictures true and accurate copies of the photographs you took?
they are.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 201 A through R be entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, exhibits 2201 A through R are all admitted.
Ms. Dace, if I ask about item 36.4, do you know which one that is?
It's a shovel.
And is that a number that your lab assigned to that tool?
Yes, item 36 was a collection of tools from the garage barn.
Can you tell, well, Your Honor, I'd ask that I be allowed to publish.
You may.
Is that item 36.4?
Yes,
Okay. And it's kind of hard to see the writing on there. Tell us what you did with this shovel.
I examined it for blood and I swabbed all of the ends of the tools. I did not run them for DNA, but we did swab for preservation. So those dashed blue lines that you see indicate the sampling I took from there. And then I also collected some possible human remains from this item.
Can you tell us what we're seeing in State's Exhibit 201B? Zoom out for you.
So the area on the right side of the photo was what I thought could be possible charred flesh. It's a little hard to see here, but it had a little bit more of a pinkish tan hue than the rest of the dirt and everything around it. So I collected that and then I took a photograph and I ran a portion of it for DNA.
And what does the jury see in State's Exhibit 201C?
This is a close-up of that material that I collected. And then the blue box indicates the portion of it that I ran for DNA.
Were you able to generate a DNA profile from that material?
I was not.
Can you tell me about lab item 36.5?
I believe it's another shovel.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201D. Do you recognize that image?
I do. I took that photograph.
Is that item 36.5?
Yes.
And what, did you do any type of testing on this item?
I did The same as with the other tools, I tested for blood and then examined the tool head for blood or human remains.
Was there any material that caught your attention?
There was.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201E. What does the jury see in this image?
Could you slide the photo up a little bit so you can
That-
see the labeling at the bottom? There we go. So this is again, more material I collected from the shovel. It has a little bit different look than just dirt. It's more tan, and the pieces on the left are very, very small. But the material on the right was a little bit larger. And so I did collect both of them. And the one on the right was what I selected for DNA.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201F. Do you recognize that image?
I do.
What is that?
That is a close-up photograph of that material on the right of the shovel, and the blue box on the left indicates the area that I ran for DNA.
And were you able to generate a profile?
I was not.
Your Honor, I talked with the court yesterday about bringing in items or State's Exhibits 172 and 173. I'd like to ask those be brought in now.
They're here.
Okay. Your Honor, is there a handheld microphone?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff.
Ms. Dace, if you could approach this table.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and I see you have your gloves on. Okay. Ms. Dace, the shovel that's present on that table, did that have an item number in your lab?
Yes, this was item 36.3.
Okay. What, when you got that shovel, 36.3, and that's State's Exhibit 173. I'm just going to refer to it as the shovel, if that's all right with
Yeah.
you. Okay. When you got that shovel, what did you observe?
There were ashes present on it. It was also dirty. There's various staining on the shaft of the tool. And I did test them for blood, and on this item, they were all negative.
And did you observe anything in the blade area of that shovel?
I did.
What did you observe? And please feel free to show the jury where you observed it.
On the back of the shovel, there's a lip on the back edge, and there was some material adhered to the back of the lip that I thought could be human remains.
And can you just point to where you thought it was?
Right in the lip, right here.
And did you do any testing on that material?
I did. I performed DNA testing.
And if you want to go ahead and have a seat, and we'll have you come down again in a minute. And Your Honor, I'll continue publishing through the Elmo.
You may.
Do you recognize, I apologize, this is State's Exhibit 201G. Do you recognize that item?
I do. It's a picture of that shovel.
The same shovel that we're looking at on this table?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201H. Do you recognize that picture?
I do. It's a picture I took of that substance that's on the back lip of the shovel. It's circled. And then there's also some very small fragments near it that are pointed to. The one on the left, the larger piece, is what I ran for DNA.
I'm just going to zoom in a little bit. Is there a pointer up on that desk?
Yes.
Could you, I realize that it's kind of circled, but if you could just point out to the jury what you see.
Right there.
And you said you collected and tested that.
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 201I. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, that is a photo I took of that material once it was removed from the tool.
And it says it was taken with a stereoscope. What is a stereoscope?
A stereoscope is a type of microscope used to photograph images you can already see with the naked eye. It just gives you better resolution. This is not that photo. This is a photo just with my normal camera.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201J. And what is that?
This is the photograph under that stereoscope of the material, and the blue box on the left is the portion that I ran for DNA.
I'm sorry, I was a little distracted by the light shining off. Can you, what did you do with that?
The portion on the left, I ran for DNA.
And can you point out to the jury any other labels you have on that photograph?
Yes, on the right, you can see that there's some green material caught in this piece of material. And it was visible just on the right side. So I selected the left side for DNA.
Were you able to test that green material?
No,
Is that the type, does Idaho State Lab do that type of testing in
We do.
Meridian?
No.
Were you able to, in regards to the left portion that you tested, were you able to obtain a DNA profile?
I was.
And how did you do that?
The DNA process starts by breaking open all the cells in the sample to release the DNA. And then I will determine how much DNA I have present in the sample. I will copy the specific locations we look at for forensic DNA testing. And then I will visualize that DNA profile, which looks like peaks on a graph.
And you were successfully able to generate that profile.
I was.
Did you receive any known DNA profiles prior to your testing?
Yes, once we established the parentage for the tooth presumed to be from Tylee Ryan, we used her DNA profile as her reference sample.
And did you compare the DNA profile from this material with Tylee Ryan's sample?
I did.
What were the results of that testing?
The DNA profile from this item matched Tylee Ryan. It is at least 604 octillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if Tylee Ryan is the source than if an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population is the source.
Can you say that number one more time?
604 octillion.
How many zeros are in an octillion?
An octillion is 27 zeros.
Thank you. Ms. Dace, can you tell me about lab item 36.1?
It is a pickaxe.
Do you see that lab item in this room today?
I do.
Would you be willing to again approach this table?
Yes.
Can you tell well, one, can you hold up and identify that item for the jury?
Yes. One side has labeling, and then one side has no stickers. I can't hear you. One side has labeling, and then the other side does not have any stickers.
Ms. Dace, what, if anything, did you do with this pickaxe? Again, it's States Exhibit 172, lab number 36.1, and for clarity's sake, I will just refer to it as a pickaxe. What did you do with this pickaxe when you received it into your lab?
I examined it for blood, and it did have some stains that tested positive for blood. I also examined the head of the tool, which was dirty, and I removed the dirt that was adhered to the surface. And underneath that dirt, I found what I thought could be ashes and human remains embedded in the eye of this pickaxe, which is right here. And I collected those, photographed them, and then I ran some of it for DNA.
So when you received that item, it didn't look the same way it does today, correct?
Correct.
And you kind of described it, but if you could just describe what it looked like when you received it.
All of these circles that you may see, I made those. So those were not there. And again, it was dirty. The blade had a fair amount of light brown dirt adhered. And so again, I had to remove it. I also ultimately swabbed the head of this item. So I have swabbed this whole area. So it's much less dirty than it was. There did appear to be some possible burn marks in the item as well, in addition to the burnt material that appeared to be inside the eye.
And you can go back to the stand.
Just really quick, I did want to point out there are 2 stains here on the pickaxe, and I did ultimately run those for DNA as well.
Ms. Dace, I'm going to show you on the Elmo what's been marked as States Exhibit 201K. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, that is the pickaxe we just looked at.
The same pickaxe that's on the table in the courtroom.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 201L. And if you can describe for the jury what you see in this picture.
So on the leftmost side of the photo, there's what appeared to be dirt. That was the top surface of what I was examining. And so I removed it and put it off to the side. And then in the middle, what you see is that darker material that was embedded around the eye. And I also collected that separately and took a photo of it. And then ultimately I went back through it looking for anything I thought I could run for DNA.
And were you able to find anything that you could run for DNA in that?
I was.
you to look at State's Exhibit 201M. You recognize that image?
I do.
What is that?
That is a photograph of some stains on the handle that tested positive for blood.
Were those the two you pointed out to the jury?
They were.
I'm going to go a little bit out of order. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's 201O. If you can tell the jury what you observed in this image and what you were doing.
So that is a photo of the tool once I removed that top layer of dirt, and I haven't removed the dark material from the eye. As you can see, it's all around the shaft, and it's a little hard to see because it's dark, but it's basically in between the metal and the shaft as well, and then it's adhered to the surface of it.
And now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201N. What is that?
That is a photograph of some of the larger pieces of material that I removed from that dark pile of debris from the eye.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 201P. You recognize that picture?
I do.
And what does it represent?
It is a portion of what was in the previous photo. It was the largest piece of material I found.
What did you do with that?
The area in the blue box is the portion that I ran for DNA.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that subject?
I did. I obtained a partial DNA profile.
And can you explain for the jury what a partial DNA profile is?
It means that at some of the locations we tested, we did not get results. That's very common in samples with a low level of DNA or samples that are degraded.
And when you say degraded, what could cause degradation?
Heat. So being subjected to a fire could cause that degradation.
And when you obtain a partial DNA profile, are you still able to do a comparative analysis against a known profile?
In this case, yes.
Is it accepted in the scientific community to do a comparative analysis with a partial profile?
Yes.
What were and in this case, did you do that comparative analysis?
I did.
What did you compare it against?
I compared it against the known reference samples I had in this case.
And can you just remind the jury what those known reference samples were?
At this time that I was doing this examination, I had a reference sample from J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, and Chad Daybell.
And from your comparative analysis, did you come to any conclusions?
Yes, Tylee Ryan was a possible contributor to that partial DNA profile. It is at least 159 trillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if it originated from Tylee Ryan than if it originated from an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population.
And again, that's kind of, for lack of a better word, scientific speaking, just from a layman's perspective, how would you describe that?
So it means that all of the locations we tested where we had information, the peaks that were present were the same peaks that were present in Tylee Ryan's reference sample.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to State's Exhibit 201M. You mentioned, I believe, that you did some testing on those two spots.
Yes, I tested them together for DNA.
And did they initially test positive for blood?
They did.
And can you tell the jury how you, the process by which you performed your DNA testing on that blood, on those blood spots?
It was the same as what I explained previously. I would swab those stains, and then I would break open all of the cells, determine how much DNA is present, copy those locations that I test, and then visualize that DNA profile. And if I do get a DNA profile, I will ultimately make comparisons to reference samples in the case.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from those samples?
I was.
And did you perform, I'm sorry, did you perform a comparative analysis between that profile and any other known profiles?
Yes,
What was were you able to reach a conclusion from that comparative analysis?
I was.
What was it?
This DNA profile also matched Tylee Ryan. And again, it is 604 octillion times more likely to see this DNA profile if Tylee Ryan is the source than if an unrelated, randomly selected individual from the general population is the source.
Ms. Stace, you spoke earlier about examining duct tape.
I did.
Is there a priority of different types of forensic testing for an item such as duct tape?
For this case, given the amount of blood and decomposition fluid and skin that was present on quite a bit of the tape, it was going to be difficult to find foreign DNA. And so we did collect hairs and fibers, but ultimately we gave the preference or the priority to latent prints that could better establish a direct connection between the tape and the person who handled it.
And you mentioned collecting hairs.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 201Q. I don't know if you'll be able to make out what's on there, but do you recall taking these pictures?
I do.
And I understand it's difficult to see after it's been photocopied, but what was this a picture of?
Each one of these adhesives contains one or more hairs and fibers that were collected from the tape pieces we examined.
And States Exhibit 201R. What do you observe there?
Those again are more hairs and fibers collected. If you can see the yellow circles on the yellow up at the top, those are indicating where those are.
And are these some of the hairs that were collected from the tape and plastic that was wrapped around JJ?
Yes.
Did you attempt to obtain DNA profiles from any hairs in this case?
Yes, we ran several hairs for DNA.
Were you able to generate any profiles?
No.
And so if you don't have a profile, you can't compare it to a known profile, correct?
Correct.
Are you, Ms. Stace, are you aware if any of the hairs collected were sent to private labs?
Yes, I believe some of them were.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 200. Court and counsel have courtesy copies, and I believe this will come in by way of stipulation.
Okay, exhibit 200's been offered. Is there any objection from the defense to admitting it?
There would be no objection.
All right, exhibit 200 is admitted.
Ms. Stace, if you can just briefly look at that. Are you familiar with that document?
I am.
What is it?
This is a report from Bodie Technology, which is a laboratory in Virginia.
And Your Honor, if I may publish that.
You may.
And are you aware of what items were sent to Bodie Laboratory?
Yes, one of the hairs that I collected from the tape on the, what we called the body bag. So the tape and plastic that the whole body was wrapped in.
Now, to be clear, you did not perform this testing.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the type of testing that was performed and documented in this report?
Yes, the DNA typing technology is the same that I use.
And in Ms. Dace's understanding that this is not your report, but that this is an item stipulated to by the parties. If you could just briefly at the top up here, describe the item numbers that were sent.
S25, which is a DNA extraction of the known reference sample of Lori Vallow. V23, which is the DNA extraction sample for Tylee Ryan. And item 46, which appears to be the reference DNA extraction of Melanie Gibb.
And I'm going to point your attention to here where it says STR processing results, conclusions and statistics. Could you, and I will make that a little bigger for you. If you could just read that into the record.
DNA profiles were provided for the following samples: S25, Lori Vallow, Daybell, V23, Tylee Ryan, and 46, Melanie Gibb.
And if you'd read the next couple paragraphs there.
The partial DNA profile obtained from sample CCB 2235-0241-E-01 is consistent with a female contributor, female 1. This partial DNA profile matches the DNA profile provided by Lori Vallow Daybell. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual with this partial DNA profile is at least 1 in 71 billion in the US population.
I'm not going to ask you to read the rest of that. So this was, to your knowledge, a hair collected from black bags wrapped around JJ Vallow?
Yes, it is given the item number 11.16.8B. That is the piece of tape labeled number 8 by our laboratory, and that was one of the hairs from that tape.
Okay, so from the tape on the black bags?
Yes,
Okay. And from your understanding of this report, they tested it against Tylee Ryan, Lori Vallow, and Melanie Gibb,
correct.
and it matched for Lori Vallow.
Yes, as a partial DNA profile.
Your Honor, may I have a brief sidebar?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state has no further questions.
All right. Once you're ready, counsel, cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I'm going to need Exhibit 35 and 36, which is Defense Exhibit 35 and 36.
Okay, we'll get those for you.
In addition, Judge, I'm going to move for Defense Exhibit 48, which represents the Bode Laboratory report. My understanding is this is being, there's a stipulation regarding the admission of Exhibit 48. It's been previously provided to the state.
Any objection on 48?
State doesn't have an objection to the Bode lab report coming in. I do believe we've already just admitted it, though. So I don't know if we want two identical exhibits with different numbers.
Okay,
And I'll
we
just
do
leave that
have
to the
the
court.
Bode Technology Laboratory report, 3 pages, that's already states Exhibit 200.
Yes,
Is that the same thing as Exhibit 48?
from my understanding, it is, unless it's,
Judge, my recollection was that it was a little longer than that. I'm going to need my computer, Judge. May I have permission to approach my desk over there?
Yes, and we'll also let you review Exhibit 200, because if they are exactly the same, then we don't need cumulative identical exhibits.
Judge, my review of my Exhibit 48 also includes some of the chain of custody information, as well as a complete report, including all of the analysis. It appears to have about 180 pages.
Okay, if that's the case, then those would be different exhibits, so it wouldn't be cumulative. Mr. Wood, has the state been able to consider whether or not there's an objection to Exhibit 48?
Your Honor, there is no objection to that.
Okay, so defendant's Exhibit 48 is admitted.
Judge, could I have just a quick moment with Mr. Wood?
Yes.
Judge, in addition, defense has an Exhibit 49, which is an Astria report. That's entered by way of stipulation of the parties. It's the understanding that Ms. Dace is not going to be discussing the Astria report today.
Correct.
However, we are agreeing to enter that report with further discussion on that report potentially in the future.
And Your Honor, the state's position is we're not going to object today to that. However, at some point, if there is not someone qualified to speak to it, we would renew an objection.
Okay, at this point, although there's a stipulation, if this witness has nothing to say about the report and where it is a technical report, I'm going to deny admitting it at this time without prejudice to renew an offer to readmit it if someone's qualified to discuss what it means. So Exhibit 49 is not admitted at this time.
And Judge, may I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Dace, can you tell me approximately how many tools you were provided to you in this case for your analysis?
I believe there were 18.
Okay. And did you test all 18 tools?
I did.
Okay. And you had mentioned something about the positive for blood. On how many of those tools did you obtain had a positive test for some sort of blood?
I would need to look at my report to be sure.
Do you have your report here today?
Yes,
May I, Judge, may I have Ms. Dace be provided to her report? And then Ms. Dace, I'm sure you're well aware, you review your report, and when you're done, set it down and we
Sure.
can discuss that if that's okay.
yes.
All right, you can review that to refresh your recollection. When testifying, don't read from it or read it into the record, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm finished. So of the first 10 tools that I looked at, all but one had small stains that tested positive for blood.
And were you able to determine whose blood were on all 10 of those? I'm sorry, how many?
9.
None.
Yeah.
Of the 10 you initially tested, the 9 were positive for blood. Did you do any follow-up to determine whose blood was on those 9 tools?
No, all of those stains were very small and they were consumptive for testing.
Okay. Now you mentioned that your occupation obviously is to do DNA analysis of things for the state police. Is that right?
Yes, our laboratory serves all Idaho law enforcement agencies and prosecutors' offices and public defenders' offices.
Okay. And can you talk to me a little bit about the manner in which DNA can be in terms of how DNA gets on various tools?
Well, there's more than one way. So obviously the most direct way is primary transfer, which is the blood or whatever we're looking for makes direct contact with that tool and leaves it behind. There's also what's called secondary transfer, which is if the blood was on something else and then it touched another object, it could potentially transfer. Dried staining is much harder to transfer, but when it comes to things like handler or touch DNA, that can be more common.
And that's not the only limitation on DNA. DNA can be placed on an item by way of something like sweat.
Oh, yes, yes. So there's different ways to leave DNA. Obviously, the major fluids are blood, semen, saliva. There's urine, hair, as we talked about, and then also what we would call wearer DNA or handler DNA. So I'm leaving behind DNA on my suit jacket right now from wearing it, from sweat and just skin cells, or the gloves I was wearing earlier, my DNA is likely now on the inside from wearing them.
So in any situation, such as the pen that I'm holding right now, when I set this down and someone were to take this, there's a strong likelihood that my DNA would be on this pen.
Yes, it's possible.
And that would be in the way of skin cells.
Yes,
It could be by way of perspiration.
correct.
It could be by way of just my breathing. And please forgive me if I spit or if there's some sort of air fluid that comes out. My DNA could be found on that as well by way of me just simply breathing on this pen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the second set of tools, you said the first 10, then how many did you look at after that?
It would have been 8.
Okay, and on the 8 of those 8 remaining, we've already talked about the first 10 and the 9 of them had blood stains on them, right?
And potential blood stains.
Okay. And then of the remaining 8, how many of those had any indications of DNA on them?
None.
Okay. And on all of these 18 tools, did you examine all 18 tools?
I did.
Okay. On any of these 18 tools, Well, let me preface it with this. Was it your understanding that these 18 tools came from the garage of Chad Daybell?
Yes.
And when did you get possession of these tools? On what day?
I would need to look at our laboratory report.
And Mr. Bailiff, I'm sorry, you're working overtime today.
The first 10 were obtained on July 30th.
And then the second eight,
Um,
second set of eight,
Yeah.
excuse me.
sorry. Those were also on July 30th.
Okay.
I did not examine all 18 at the same time, so I have a report with the first 10 and then a report with the second 8.
And the year that these were obtained would have been what?
2020.
Okay. And are you aware of the date of the allegations as to when JJ and Tylee were placed on Mr. Daybell's property?
I believe it was in 2019.
Would September of 2019 sound correctly?
Yes.
So the time between the allegations and the testing would have amounted to about how much time?
From September to July, so almost a year. 10 months.
10 months.
Yeah.
I had to count with my fingers. Probably both of us did.
Yes.
Okay. And in the interim between September and July, well, actually before September, we don't know who had contact with those tools, do we?
No,
We don't know how that DNA got on those tools, do we?
I do not.
What we know is that they were found in Mr. Daybell's garage, correct?
That's correct.
So the presumption is that at least in part, being on Mr. Daybell's property, they may have been the ownership of Mr. Daybell, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now on the 18 tools that you tested, how many of those had Mr. Daybell's DNA on them?
None of the stains or material I tested had Chad Daybell's DNA.
What about the handles of all of those tools? Did you find Mr. Daybell's DNA on any of the handles?
We did not swab the handles for DNA. We generally do not do that testing upfront when the ownership of the item is not in question.
But there's no certainty as to who handled those tools, is that right?
No, and if they had been owned at the property for years prior to the crime, you would expect to find any of the family members' DNA on there through non-criminal means, such as buying the shovel, using the shovel in a different day, things like that.
So in fact, if someone had owned those tools for some time, it would be your expectation that at least somewhere on the tools, you would have found Mr. Daybell's DNA. Would that be fair?
Yeah, yes, it's fair.
And it doesn't necessarily mean the handle, the base or the shaft of the, you tested the shafts of these, obviously, correct?
I did not run those samples for DNA. I simply swabbed them for preservation.
Okay. And when you did that, at no time on the shafts of these handles or even on the blades of these handles, did you ever find any of Mr. Daybell's DNA? Is that correct?
I did not run those samples for DNA, but nothing I did run for DNA had Chad Daybell's DNA on it.
The necklace that was found on the property, did you find any latent fingerprints or any DNA of anyone on that?
I did not do latent print analysis. That is not my specialty. And I did find some possible material on the necklace that I could have run for DNA. However, it's consumptive. So I did not get a request to consume it.
And Judge, I previously admitted Defense Exhibit 35. Could I have permission
Use
to
the
publish?
microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
I previously submitted Defense Exhibit 35. Could I have permission to publish?
Yes.
Stace, I don't know if you can see that or not.
Yes,
Do you recognize any of those tools?
they do appear to be some of the tools that I received.
Could you reference which subpart of that is, it is, Mr. Pryor, for the record?
I believe that's 35F, Judge.
Thank you.
And Judge, if we could turn off the HDMI for just a moment, please.
Okay. Stop the publication. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Judge, again, if we could publish again, please.
Yes, you can publish, and if it's different than 35F, explain what it is, please.
And again, do you recognize any of these tools as well?
Yes, some of them appear to be the tools that I received.
Now, I zoomed in under the black shovel and the rake at the handle of the long black shovel. You see that?
The snow shovel?
Under the snow shovel and the hard rake, there is a gray handled or a brown wood handled shovel. There's a shovel with black, which is black on it, and then the yellow one, and the one in between the yellow and the brown handled shovel. Do you see that one?
Yes, I do.
Can you take a close look at that shovel for me?
I believe it is one of the tools that I received.
Okay, and then down at the bottom of the black, I'm detecting a certain substance on that. Do you see that, or some sort of different coloring? Do you see that?
The off-white type staining?
The off-white texture on the black handle. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Judge, we can,
Which is that, Mr. Pryor?
Judge, this is 35I, 35I, Judge.
All right, thank you.
And Judge, can we stop publication at this point?
Yes.
Judge, could I have the State's Exhibit 201A?
Okay. Exhibit 201A is being given to you, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. We could use the Elmo, Judge. Now, Ms. Stace, I can't zero in. That looks like the same shovel we talked about with the previous picture that had the white markings on them. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did any time when you obtained this picture, did you observe those same white markings on the bottom of this shovel?
I do not recall. I do take photos of the items, but I can't be sure if they're there and it's hard to see in the lighting or not.
Okay, okay. But at no time you would remove any observable or debris on any item like that, would you?
I mean, I did for all of these tools, remove some trace evidence like hairs and fibers. There were some cobwebs on some of the items. And I did on the tools heads, remove dirt and potential ashes that were present so that I could better visualize and swab the surfaces. All of that was retained though.
Okay, but you didn't on the actual black part of the handle of this item, you didn't wipe this down or remove any debris. That wouldn't be something you would do, correct?
I wouldn't wipe it down. I do believe on a few of the tools, I collected some fragments from the handles, but I did not swab the handles.
Okay, and this is a true and accurate a picture of the shovel that you received at the time for your testing. Would that be fair?
That is one of my pictures. I can't be sure if that's the exact picture when I opened it or if this is the one I took later to document my swabbing and analysis.
But it would be fair to say that that picture, you, other than taking the samples off of the blade of the shovel and maybe on the lower handle, it is not changed in appearance from when you first received the shovel. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Judge, I'm done. When you were conducting your investigation of the of the plastic and the tape, you talked about some DNA that was found on a piece of tape. Is that right?
Yes.
And whose DNA was that?
It was JJ Vallows.
Okay. And then other DNA was found on some of the plastic. Is that what you?
No, that was the only sample from the plastic or tape that I obtained a DNA profile from.
And then the hair samples came from where?
The tape that was on the plastic.
So those hair samples weren't just floating freely, they were attached to the actual tape.
Correct.
So at some point, do I understand that the hair samples were, and this is not a technical term, please forgive me. The sticky side of the tape, is that where the hair samples were found?
Yes, the adhesive side of the tape.
The adhesive side. Thank you for the word. The adhesive side of the tape is where these were found. Is that right?
Correct.
So the suggestion would be that however the hairs got on that, and we don't know that how, right?
Correct.
At least the adhesive side was in a position where the hairs could come in contact with the adhesive and stick to the adhesive. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. And again, the hair, how many hair samples did you gather?
I am not sure. There are a lot.
Okay. Would you need to be able to refresh your recollection with your notes?
I do have all of the hairs itemized. However, some of those adhesives have multiple hairs on them. So it would take a little bit of time to count them all.
Okay.
But I know that I had adhesives going from A to Z, so 26, and then an AA and a BB. So there were 28 adhesives, and then there were one or more hairs on each one of those.
So multiple hairs.
Yes, multiple hairs and fibers, and multiple hairs that we determined could be possibly tested for DNA.
And those hairs were located at different times as part of this investigation. Would that be fair?
Yes, the majority of the hairs that were collected initially prior to latent print processing to protect them from what was the initial latent print processing. And then when I went back and swabbed the unidentifiable fingerprint reach detail on the tape, I did locate a few more that I collected separately.
And do you recall approximate dates as to when the first set of hairs were found and then the second set of hairs were found?
I would need to look at my reports.
Could we provide that, Mr. Bailiff? Would you mind, please? Judge, in the interest of time, I don't know if the court has an interest in taking a break and allowing her to look at that so that we could accomplish that at the same time. I'll obviously defer to the state's position in the court.
Yeah, I think it's a logical time to take a mid-morning recess, so we'll go ahead and do that at this time. We'll come back on at 10:25, so we'll take a 20-minute break and come back then. Thank you.
All right, please.
What's up, everybody? I see my daughter left her shoes over there. Okay, so I haven't been on for a couple of days. Hope you guys are doing good. We're at break, right? I just want to make sure because I'm a little behind on my feed. So Pryor wanted Melanie Gibbs' hair to be somewhere, but it's a shot in the dark what Pryor's doing. Come on, y'all. They belong to Chad. These tools, Tylee's DNA on them. And he's like, can you tell who touched these? Come on, y'all. This jury ain't buying this for a second. By the way, yesterday I decided not to do an episode with the really graphic testimony. If you guys want to, if you didn't watch yesterday, I'm just going to let you guys go watch it yourself. I did the one the day before. Yesterday was just so graphic with the descriptions that it's there if you want it. Then the Charles stuff, I'm just going to link in today's episode, a episode I did before. Sorry, my brain just kind of went mute. Where we went through those timelines. I will highlight a few things that were different from the episode I did, but it's not much. So I just kind of took the day yesterday to take care of some stuff I had. And hey, Karen, your cat's name is Karen. Yeah, Gadget, it's tough. I mean, that stuff is horrible. I remember those pictures with my eyes wide open. It is something you don't forget. And I feel bad for those jurors. I'm sure the last couple of days have been pretty traumatic. Nate Eaton said that there were some jurors that were crying, which is, a huge thing in a trial like this. It shows that they are reacting to this. It's not good for Chad. I said on an earlier episode this week, last week and this week has been devastating for Chad, which is good because we all know what he did. And the other thing is the witness that Nate Eaton says is inside today. He testified last year at Lori's trial about the electronics taken from Chad's home. I don't think he went into everything they had because a lot of it wasn't relevant to Lori. So I'm curious to see if there were some extra things that he found in there we haven't heard about yet. I've been waiting on this testimony, hopefully. Why are there ads on this live, Kathy? Because it's just it's part of having a YouTube channel. It's instead of charging for content, there are ads on the YouTube videos. I don't charge for content, so that's the way I'm able to do what I do without having to go get a real job. So, I try to do them conservative. I could do one every 10 minutes, but I try to make it to where, it's tolerable, but also to where I don't have to go outside the house to do what I love. So that's why we have ads. Some people just charge for extra episodes, and that's cool. But since I don't, I have to make up for that in other areas. Melanie Gibb, Pryor's got it out for her big time. And it's just, it looks so desperate to this jury. I don't know what Chad has told him about Melanie Gibb that might get his interest piqued in her or have her in his crosshairs for some reason, but you have to wonder what Chad has told Pryor in their discussions. We'll never know. Thanks, Karen. I know people don't like ads, but if you watch TV, if you listen to the radio, you get ads. And I understand people don't like it. And I do. I have YouTube Premium. It's pretty cheap to do if you don't want ads. And that's also why I don't do like baked in ads on my YouTube channel. I don't read the ads that are on my audio version because I try to overload. I appreciate you, Josephine, very much. Let's see. Does Pryor seem to hate his client more these days? Maybe it's my imagination, but I thought I would ask. Dr. Reinhardt, that's a good observation because I had somebody email me yesterday saying that they noticed with the body language that Pryor had when they were showing these graphic photos of JJ and Tylee's remains, he turned away from Chad in a way that this person hasn't seen before. So, he's doing his job, but maybe at the end of the day, he knows his client's guilty. Who knows? They all have blood on their hands, Denise. Denise says Gibb has blood on her hands. Yeah. And Zulema. They knew what happened to zombies by the time it got to JJ and Tylee being called zombies and did nothing. So I agree. Blood on their hands. And I'm not sure what his obsession is with the handle of this shovel, but it's going to be a really hard sell to this jury that Alex Cox came over in broad daylight and buried 2 bodies on Chad's property and then came back and did more stuff. It makes no sense. But you have to throw stuff to the wall and hope that people believe it. Hope it sticks, but yeah, fat chance. He is using Melanie Gibb as the fall person. I think that to implicate Lori had any guilt in the actual murders, it could tie into their relationship and it could implicate Chad. I think that's maybe why he's deflecting on Gibb so much. It's just a theory. But yeah, so it's crazy how much he's obsessed with Gibb. I mean, I just wait for it whenever he's on cross with anybody about anything. There's always a question about Gibb. Oh no, Kathy, I know you weren't complaining. I actually wanted to kind of explain that because some other feeds don't have ads, but for me, I just, I have a Patreon, but the perk with that is we do a weekly live where we just talk for like an hour. But some other channels will charge for content and that's how they make their revenue and that's cool. For me, I just, with this all being public information, I don't want to charge for content. So yeah, no, I got you, Kathy. I hear you. It's confusing when you watch one feed that doesn't have ads and then you watch one that does. Yeah. So I wanted to make sure you guys knew I wasn't trying to trip y'all's viewing experience up, but, creators, yeah, Shelly, it's interesting. I definitely don't make a ton. Let's just put it that way. It's a labor of love for sure. I missed that last question. I think it's this one. Let's see. Why won't Pryor just give up the ghost and go for a plea? They didn't really offer one. They had enough evidence really to just nail him to the wall. He could have pled guilty and been done with it, but him and Lori both, I really do think that if you watch the interview with Heather Daybell on Hidden True Crime, by the way, she has a new interview up with somebody who was really good friends with Julie Rowe. Kay texted me that last night. I've watched 15, 20 minutes of it. Cannot wait to finish. Go check it out. It's her newest video. I love Lauren and Dr. John. She gets the best interviews. But yeah, they've got Chad. I mean, all this stuff is just formalities with this trial. I mean, innocent until proven guilty, of course, but come on. Your tools have a child's DNA on them and you're framed. It's such a shot in the dark. Oh, Lilo, I do think the forensic evidence has tipped that scale. It did in Lori's trial. All this was brought in. I was comparing notes. So the good thing about taking notes last year at Lori's trial was I kind of can see what they're going to testify to. And so I was going back to see what was testified with each witness in my notes and all this stuff at Lori's. And we see the guilty verdict. And there was less incriminating stuff really against Lori as far as the kids being found on Chad's property where he lives. And she was found guilty in 3 hours. I don't think it will be a long deliberation with this at all. Kat, the biggest thing that helps with content creators, honestly, is if you like the video. That pushes the video on the algorithm out to other people who watch true crime stuff. So that's the biggest way you can help is to just simply like whatever you're watching, whether it's an episode or a live. That's the best way you can help, honestly. Do I think Chad will be charged with his involvement in Brandon's near-death experience? I think it's possible. I don't think they charged Lori for conspiracy with Charles until after her sentencing last year. Maybe the verdict or sentencing, one of the two. We could see that with Chad. And I always say that guy that was on the stand from Chandler, I believe, that said he wanted to charge Chad, but then ultimately the prosecutor said there was no likelihood of a conviction, so they didn't. But he made clear he would, and also that there's no statute of limitations in Arizona for conspiracy to commit murder. I would not fall over in shock if after everything's wrapped up with this trial, they don't do the same like with Lori. That way it makes it about this trial. And then there's no risk that there's any kind of prejudice if it's in the media that they were charged in Arizona. This verdict is over, sentencing done. Thank you, JC. I appreciate you so much. So I think it's possible. Mostly for Charles, I'm just very shocked Melanie's hasn't been charged in the attempt on Brandon, but that's still being investigated. Nothing's off the table as far as these bunch of knuckleheads go getting charged out there. Amber, I'm curious about that. I think maybe at least another week or so. I'm hoping to right now I'm booked to go up a week from Monday. And I kind of think we'll be in the state's case and I'll be there for that. I'm just crossing my fingers that might be the week that the kids come. I can't see Pryor's case being super long. I think he's a DNA expert. I think I remember a hearing where he was going to get an anthropologist to try to establish a cause of death with Tylee's remains. But I don't think that he's going to have weeks and weeks of witnesses. So I think we could be, in the last week or week and a half of the state's case. Who do you think the last witness the state will call before closing? Good question. I should go back and look at my I should go back and look at my notes. Probably one of the lead detectives. I would say maybe Detective Hermosillo. That would just be my guess, just to kind of wrap it up in a neat little bow for the jury. And who do I think was driving the Jeep? We know that Alex Cox was alone and driving that Jeep. They were caught on the surveillance, taking the back seat and that tire in. And then the phone pings had him there. So they followed him all the way down and back up again. So Alex Cox, and I believe they found his DNA in that Jeep. I never heard if they found gunshot residue in the back though, but that doesn't really come into this. So do I know if Lori is still drinking the Kool-Aid? I would love to see her turn on Chad in the next trial. Yeah, she's still drinking the Kool-Aid from what I hear. Very invested in this belief system and feels that the kids are fine and we're all crazy for thinking they're not. That's the last I heard by somebody, that knows. Would police or prosecutors possibly give Melanie's immunity to secure Ian's cooperation in their investigation? I don't think they would, to be honest. Ian was a very strong witness for the state. And hats off to Ian because he was very, that whole thing, the whole marriage and all that was so fast and crazy. And then on the wedding night, she's talking wackadoodle. But they have a kid together now. I think he was very, very strong for the state, but I don't think there's really anything, he has to tell the truth. So that would be on him to cooperate. I don't think they'll give any of these guys any kind of deals other than Zulema, I believe, is the only one that actually has immunity. So 4 days after Gibb tells Lori that Alex told her she didn't want to know where JJ is, and Lori is surprised he told her that, Alex dies. I need to go back in my notes. That's a good point, Mad Marcia. And the other thing, too, Zulema talked about this trial. I don't know if it was said last trial. If it was, I might have been outside or gone on a break. But she said when he went to Mexico that morning, he was fine. Then when he got back, he was sick. That was new to me and goes in line with what I think is that man did not drop over dead by accident. He admitted to Melanice that he was taping and he actually got mad with authorities and quit working with them there. Who do I think will give closings? I think probably Rob Wood. He did last year, I believe. I think Rob Wood or Lindsay Blake, one of the two. They've been on the case the longest. Why is Ian still a Melanice? I don't know. Did they contend the back tire was taken off the Jeep because the window wouldn't go down if not in the Arizona documents? Yeah, so I actually put a demo of that. I have a Jeep, and on the back window, if your spare tire is there, you cannot open that window from the inside. The Jeep, there's probably about 3 or 4 inches of that Jeep that comes up where the window is. So they had to remove that tire to open that from the inside. And then Alex was very tall. And even if you lay the Jeep seats down, there's a big hump. So they took the back seat and that rear tire off, and then they were caught on camera taking them in and out of that storage shed where they found all of JJ and Tylee's personal belongings. Blankets, baby blankets, things you don't discard, but you do if you're Lori Vallow. By the way, early happy Mother's Day to everybody except Lori Vallow. Have they played that call between Lori, Chad, and Gibb yet? It's pretty damning. Did they play that? I think they did, maybe. I'll have to look. I'm sorry, Karen. I can't remember. All this is running together. Do I know if Lauren's husband passed away yesterday? Lauren who? Lauren, I'm not sure which Lauren you're talking about. Let me check something. Trying to keep an eye, make sure we don't go back into their testimony. What would a time of death do in Tylee's case? She was still dismembered and buried on Chad's property. Exactly. It doesn't, it's almost like you want to know how she was killed, but here's the thing. They didn't have her whole skeleton. I fully believe that the part that maybe would have given it away was discarded because clearly they weren't able to establish it. They only had a partial skull. So yeah, I don't think time of death or anything like that matters in this case because she was on Chad's property. It's a really good point. Lawyer Lori. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm sad to hear that. Thank you, Lilo, for gifting a membership. Somebody's getting a membership from Miss Lilo. Lawyer Lee, yeah. And then Carla says, when was the last time Idaho put anyone to death? I'm sure Chad will die of natural causes in prison, no matter the outcome. They recently they just switched to the firing squad. I don't know if they put somebody to death recently or they were going to. I can't remember, but it really is life in prison. By the time you exhaust all your appeals, he's in his 50s. You look probably 10 to 20 years before that's even a thing. And life in prison, I'm okay with because that means when this is over, like with Lori, Kay, and Larry, and everybody, all the kids, the siblings of JJ and Tylee, the aunts, the uncles, everybody can just move on. And you don't have this cloud of this possibly getting overturned hanging over your head. So I'm cool with life. If they may give him death. I mean, these jurors are very affected by this, but if he gets death, I won't cry either because this is definitely a case that warrants it. Those photos are something I'll never unsee. And yeah. So Brandon said he was shot at as it was driving by. I thought, no. So the Jeep was parked in an odd way. It was kind of nose to nose with this van that was on the road. And as Brandon drove down the road, the window was facing him and he saw it rise up and saw the barrel of that, what we think to be a muzzle, come out. And that's when he heard it and then, took off. And then he actually chased Alex, but no, he was, the Jeep was stationary on the road when he was shot at. And Alex was clearly on his stomach with that gun coming out of the window. So, yep. What's crazy is Alex could only shoot somebody and hurt him or kill him if he was right there point blank. I mean, he missed Tammy Daybell, whether or not the gun malfunctioned. And look, I mean, Chad had plenty of time, months, to go out there and find a casing if that was the case. It did have a muzzle from what they think. So, oh, thank you, Joni. Wow, 5 people are getting a membership. Thank you, Joni. That's very nice. Appreciate you there. He had plenty of time to kind of get rid of some things like that in his yard, or maybe it malfunctioned and just never fired because he was Googling how to get your gun to fire in cold weather. It was unseasonably cold there that time of year. It's easy to forget so much of this stuff because it's been going on so long, and then you've had a trial, and then everything gets lost in the ether with me. Was it said that Tylee's body had damage from animals, Deb? Yes. I went back to my notes. The anthropologist testified to that last year. One of her leg bones, there was evidence that an animal maybe had gotten to it. My question is this, and this is kind of a trigger warning, but he had multiple fires after Tammy died, bonfires, which neighbors said was unusual. How? I mean, so if you think about the remains and they were in the pet cemetery, did you just go in there and get things and do it a little bit at a time? Because there's no way all that could have been done just in one day. No way with how bad her body was found. It's just a question I have. Yeah, big welcome to all the new members. Appreciate y'all. I think Chad had to be the one to burn the body for sure. That would have taken a very long time. I've seen dismemberment and cases where they try to burn the remains. Chandler Halverson comes to mind. He shot and killed his parents, dismembered and burned them in the home. And eventually he just gave up and went and scattered their remains. It's not easy. I watched a documentary on the body farm in Tennessee, very graphic, but very interesting, where they study all these different conditions bodies are put in. And the one thing they say, and I've said it plenty of times during this trial, it's not easy to cremate a body, even in a crematorium, constant heat source over hours and hours. And so people think you just throw remains in a fire and it just turns to ash, and that's not true. Even in a crematorium, they have things left over that essentially they just grind down, and that's put in with the remains. So um yeah, I think after a while they just gave up, to be honest, just based on some of the things we've heard, especially about some of the inner workings of Tylee that were found. You know, it's so barbaric. You've known about this case for years. We know how Tylee and JJ were found, but then last year when I was sitting in this trial to hear it laid out, it's like a whole new different level of horror. And then the same feeling this year, even though I know it's coming. It's just this is such an egregious, horrible, terrible, terrible thing. And I'm sure this jury is feeling it. Oh, hair and makeup never look better. Oh my gosh. I'm sitting here thinking my hair is not all even, and like this eye is more makeup than this. But thank you. I'm getting my hair cut on Saturday. How do you think Chad's kids will be able to support dad after all this? Yeah, Gene, it's a good question. I thought after Lori's trial last year, if any of them did, that would have been it. But here we are. There are apparently 3 or 4 of them are going to testify their mom was sick. So, but you look at how they were raised. They were raised with these beliefs that they thought their mom was dark. They probably just feel like it was justified. Is it true Chad's neighbor saw the fire and later passed away? His family made clear, Tamara, that's true. But his family has made clear they did not want his death to be pulled into this. I think, if I'm recalling correctly, he had something that made it not unexpected, but it was kind of unexpected when it happened. But they did put out a statement that he had some health issues or something to that effect, and they didn't want their dad to kind of be associated with all that. I think that's the last I remember. Yeah, when people gift memberships, it is generous. It's just we have a good community here. Lots of good people. I've had so many compliments with new viewers coming in to watch this trial that we have a good group. So thank you guys. When you keep it about what you're watching and the weight of what you're watching, it should always be a good chat. At least a safe chat, I think. I have no problems about booting people out when they're being jerks, especially when it comes to 2 dead kids, 4 victims. Interesting, so many died with inconclusive results. I have several theories as to how they may have pulled that off. Yeah, morning feed. You have 3 victims in this case. You have Tylee, or I'm sorry, 2 in this particular case. You have, Tylee and Tammy. They couldn't find a cause of death. JJ, obviously, and then Charles, we know. But then you look even back to Joe Ryan. He wasn't found for weeks, but still discrepancies there. And Lori saying that she actually went in there with Tylee and found him dead when really it was a neighbor. So, and then there were those women's sunglasses like on that bathroom or kitchen sink. I've always had a theory. And he had a lot of deadbolts on the door. He was afraid. I mean, Alex Cox tried to kill him, tried to tase him, and was going to put him in like the back of the trunk and take him out and shoot him. I mean, I think that was the plan. So, yep, Kat's been here a hot minute. There are some of y'all that have been here since the very early days. I'll be doing an episode with Fruit Loop, by the way, either tomorrow or next Friday. I can't remember. We're going to talk about domestic violence and what family and friends can look for and how to approach somebody who you suspect may be a victim of domestic violence. So she'll be back. Looking forward to that. I wonder that Dove Magic. Yeah, I wonder that too. Where is the rest of her? They did get a lot of her remains, but there was a lot missing too. So he told Tammy he was burning limbs. The witness that's coming on next will probably introduce that text. That was part of his testimony last year. But interestingly enough, they never found a raccoon in the pet cemetery, like Chad said. I hope the prosecution really drives that home on their direct exam or something like that. Conspiracy theories aside, are we convinced the only murderers in this group of people were Alex, Lori, and Chad? Yeah, I really do, Dr. Reinhardt, believe it was mainly Alex. I still think Lori had her hand in Tylee and JJ. And this trial really, I've kind of changed my way of thinking about Tammy. I think that Alex was there and helped Chad, or maybe Chad just stood back and watched or held her down or something. But I knew he had been parked at that church, but just really thinking about it, I mean, I don't know. Chad, because one thing was Heather Daybell said that Chad was just totally in shock. He was arrested because even if he ordered people to die, but he didn't physically do it, he's of the mindset, I didn't kill him. I'm not guilty. Even if he told Alex, these people have got to go. So I'm not sure how much of that he still believes, but yeah, he may think just because he didn't physically kill anybody that he should be home. Adam is 100% sure Alex did not die naturally. He was convinced to do it or helped. I agree with Adam. The day after Tammy Daybell's exhumed, come on, what are the odds, right? They were at the all agency meeting. So all these different groups we've heard from the whole trial were together talking about their notes on the case, just making sure they're all on the same page. Get a call, Alex Cox, 911 call. He's not responsive. Can you imagine what went through their minds? And then you think about what information died with that man that we'll never know, whether or not he would have told. But still, a lot of secrets went to the grave with him. We are back. All right. See y'all later.
Thank you. Please be seated. Have the jurors brought in, please. Yes.
All right, please.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue with cross, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chat Guy Daybell after the mid-morning break, and you may continue with your cross.
And Judge, can I have the last question read back to me, please?
Approximate dates as to the first set of hairs went down and then the second set of hairs went down.
Thank you.
The initial hair collection was done in June of 2020. And then the second round of hair collection was done in December of 2022. And I also wanted to clarify one thing. When I said that there were 28 adhesives collected, that was actually just off one piece of tape. So there were actually quite a few more. There were an additional 14 collections done on that item.
Okay. And let's start with the one piece of tape and you said the one piece of tape had how many pieces of hair?
28 collections, and some of those had more than one. That does include both hairs and fibers.
Are you in a position to testify today about whose hairs those were?
No.
Okay. That was sent off to another lab, is that right?
With the exception of the Bodie hair that we talked about earlier, the rest were done at a different laboratory.
And in regards to the Bodie hair and the other hairs, think you said like 14 other hairs?
There were 15 total collections of hairs, and then each collection had one or more hairs and fibers inside.
Okay. And in relation to the hair of Lori Vallow, were there other hairs in close proximity to that hair on the tape?
I believe that collection had multiple hairs.
Okay.
Yes.
and I talked about this a little bit before, but that the adhesive side, and thank you, the adhesive side is how you noted those hairs. So the adhesive side was pulled out and you found the hairs on the adhesive side, correct?
Correct.
And the presumption is that at some point the adhesive side was down as part of the wrapping around JJ, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and then you mentioned the second set of hairs, and those were in December of 2022?
Yes, that was after the tape had been processed for latent prints, and I was swabbing that unidentifiable ridge detail. There were just a few more that I found still embedded in the tape.
And when you say a few more, how many are we talking about?
I would need to refer to my notes,
Okay.
less than 20.
Okay. And at some point, is it my is it your understanding, caught myself, is it your understanding that it's possible to obtain DNA from hair samples?
Correct. For the type of testing that I do, we need a root present. That is where the nuclear DNA is present. There are other types of testing that can be done on hairs without roots.
Right. So in essence, what I understand I'm hearing is that DNA can be pulled and derived from hair samples, correct?
It can be. It's somewhat hit or miss.
Okay. And but as far as the latent prints, did you do DNA testing on those latent prints as well?
I did. And again, only one of those had a DNA profile, and that was consistent with JJ Vallow.
Okay.
And that was from the tape from his hands.
Okay. Now you talked about originally, you spoke of the various ways that DNA can be found on some of these tools, correct?
Yes.
And it could be done by way of sweat.
For handler DNA or just touch DNA, yes.
Okay. And then as far as breathing on something, if there was spit or moisture or even the breath can leave a sample of DNA, correct?
Correct.
And in addition, if the person actually touches it with their hand, there could be uh, particles from the hand that would leave it as well, correct?
Yes, skin cells could be left behind on that item.
Okay. And your testimony was that it was your belief that because these tools were in Chad Daybell's garage, that you would expect to find Mr. Daybell's DNA on them, correct?
That's very reasonable, yes.
Okay. Now, your investigation was targeted at that point to assume that you weren't going to test those handles, or at least the handle portions, because you would have already assumed that Mr. Daybell was on there. Is that correct?
Well, when they were requested for blood and human remains. In order to swab them, that would have been consumptive. And on at least one of the tools, there was also the possibility of getting latent prints. So you would want to make that decision before we just went ahead and swabbed it if you had wanted it, or if anyone had wanted a different testing
And
method.
at no point, nobody requested that they wanted that, correct?
No.
Did they request, and the request would have come from the police to you, is that right?
Yes, or the court.
Law enforcement,
Yes.
okay. Or the prosecuting attorney
Yes, or by court order.
by court order, okay. And in this situation, who was the one who provided you with the request to do this testing?
This would have been the police department investigating.
Okay. And at some point, you determined you weren't going to go further with DNA testing of the entire tools for Chad Daybell. Did you happen to get a request to test any and all of the tools for the possible DNA of Alex Cox?
That would have again fallen under the same swabbing of the handles.
What does that mean?
So as I mentioned, we did not receive a request for that. And then on at least one or more of the tools, you would have had to make a decision whether or not you wanted handler DNA or potential latent prints, because they would be looking at the same area.
But don't I understand that you didn't look for any DNA on the handles, isn't that correct?
Correct. Again, swabbing it on an item that maybe could have latents would destroy the latent print. So we were under some guidelines not to consume evidence during portions of the investigation. And so that decision was made not to potentially damage evidence.
And you're not aware, it's not your department to determine whether there were latent prints on the handles of these tools, right? That's a different department.
Correct.
So on one hand, your department looks for DNA, the other department looks for latent prints.
Yes, and we do work in concert, but there are sometimes, especially handles of items, where you might have to just choose one or the other.
But you chose neither on the handles with the DNA or the latent prints, right?
Correct,
And that goes for Alex Cox, correct?
correct.
What about Melanie Gibb? Did you get any kind of authorization to test for either latent prints or DNA for Melanie Gibb on any of the tools?
No,
What about David Warwick? Did you test for latent prints or DNA on any of the tools for David Warwick?
no,
What about for Lori Vallow? Did you test for DNA or latent prints on any of the handles of the tools for Lori Vallow? For Lori Vallow?
no. If I had swabbed them, everyone that I had a reference sample would have been compared to those samples, but we did not swab them.
And you weren't asked to do that, is that right?
Correct.
Now, I want to touch a little bit about soil and DNA. And you're smiling. Do you know where I'm going?
No,
Okay. That's why you're smiling. Okay. Well, isn't it true that in a situation where there's a body put in the ground, that the DNA can filter into the surrounding soil?
I suppose so, in the form of decomposition and the fluids that are released.
Okay. And if someone were to shovel around the soil, if there's decomposition or if there's any other particles and they have contact with those, that could be a source of DNA on any of the shovels, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. Can you tell me the date and time that the DNA and latent prints that you found were placed on those, or were found, or strike that, Judge, I apologize. Give me a moment. Can you tell me, I want to make sure, the date and time that the DNA came to be put on those tools?
I cannot.
Okay. Can you tell me the date and time when any latent prints would be put on those tools?
I cannot.
You can't ascertain when the DNA was on there. The only thing you're doing today is determining that there was DNA.
Correct.
And if I understand correctly, there's no DNA of any kind that you are responsible for of Chad Daybell. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the DNA that you found on the tools had the DNA of Tylee,
It did.
okay? And you didn't check for Alex Cox, correct?
No, the only samples I ran were, again, blood or potential human remains.
And you didn't check for Melanie Gibb, right?
No.
And you were testing DNA in general on these tools. It wasn't that well, were you targeting it for just Tylee when you did your evaluation?
No, it's compared to all the reference samples that we had at that time.
So in other words, if whoever provides you with the reference samples, you use their reference samples and are limited to that target group of reference samples when you make your decision. Is that right?
For this case, yes.
Okay. Okay. And as far as other DNA found in the way of a hair sample, Lori Vallow was the only other identification that you made at this point, correct?
That identification was made by Bodie Labs.
Okay. And then the additional hairs that were sent off, that's for a future time potentially, correct?
I did not send those out. I simply collected them and then they were ultimately returned to the agency.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, Judge, I don't think I have anything else.
All right, that'll conclude cross-examination then. Redirect.
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Ms. Stace, in some of the questions you just answered, you mentioned consumptive testing.
Yes.
What does it mean when you say consumptive testing?
It means that in order to obtain a DNA profile, we would need to use the entire sample. So on a very small blood stain or the root of a hair, you would only get one try at it.
Is it fair to say that one of your guidelines is you generally try to preserve evidence as much as possible?
That's leading.
Overruled.
Yes, it is our policy to receive permission to consume evidence in cases.
And you were asked about the amount of DNA testing you do, or you did in this case. Have you ever been on a case where you tested every single possible DNA sample?
In general, on a big case, no. I mean, there's sometimes where there's only one in a small case, but in a large case, no. It is our policy that we test to answer questions and then do our best not to overly consume evidence, just to test more of the same thing.
And you were asked about testing against Melanie Gibb. You did see that Bodie lab report, correct?
I did.
And was Melanie Gibb one of the test subjects in that?
She was.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Judge, I'd like some follow-up based on the,
Your Honor, I didn't go anywhere that he didn't go and cross.
Yeah, I agree. There's no recross on that narrow redirect, so that'll conclude the testimony of Ms. Dace. Is the state intending to keep her under subpoena or recall her?
Your Honor, at this point, the state would probably keep Miss Dace under subpoena.
Okay, so Ms. Dace, there is an exclusionary order, meaning witnesses shouldn't be watching or viewing in any way the testimony given in trial. So because you still may be recalled, I'll admonish you not to watch the proceedings since they are available to watch where the trial is being streamed online. If you are released from your subpoena, you'll be contacted by the state or the court to advise you of that, and then that order would be lifted. So thank you for coming in and testifying. That will conclude your testimony this morning.
Thank you.
All right, if the state would like to call its next witness, you may.
It would call Colin Nesbitt, Your Honor.
okay, yeah.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, thank you.
All right, now that the witness has been sworn, I will inquire, have you had any, have you reviewed at all any of the trial testimony by watching the trial online or any observation here in court?
I have not, sir.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given during this trial?
No, I haven't.
All right, thank you for answering those questions. Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you please state your full name and spell your last name?
Colin Drew Nesbitt, Nesbitt.
And where do you work, sir?
The Kauai Police Department in the state of Hawaii.
How long have you worked with the Kauai Police Department?
A little more than 17 years.
And have you been in law enforcement for 17 years, or did you work in a law enforcement position prior to that?
No, that's it.
What exactly is your job title at the Kauai Police Department?
I'm currently a sergeant assigned to the Patrol Services Bureau.
All right. And prior to being a sergeant for patrol services, what was your title?
I was a detective.
Were you a detective for the Kauai Police Department in 2020?
Yes, I was.
What type of training and experience did you have to assist you in your duties as a detective?
I've had roughly 790 hours of basic academy training. And then I've had about 500 additional hours in major crimes.
And what exactly were your job duties as a detective in 2020?
Uh, I was assigned to the major crimes unit, so we handled death investigations, sex assaults, and violent crimes.
On January of 25th of 2020, did you have occasion to come into contact with two individuals named Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Why did you come into contact with those two individuals on January 25th of 2020?
We were assisting Rexburg Police Department with serving a legal document for Order of Protection Act.
Can you describe what that legal document, the significance of that legal document? What was that legal document?
It was ordering Lori Vallow to bring the JJ Vallow and Tyler Ryan back to the Department of Health in Idaho.
And you made contact with Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell that day?
Yes, I did.
Where was this contact?
It was at 4141 Queen Emma Street in Princeville, Hawaii, and they were in the swimming pool area. It's a condo complex.
Okay. And approximately what time was this?
It was served at 2:39 p.m.
And when these papers were served, who was with you?
Detective Chad Cataluna and Lieutenant Christopher Collier.
And did somebody record the interaction that you had with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was that?
Lieutenant Christopher Collier.
May I have the witness handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 205? I also have a courtesy copy for the court, and I previously provided a copy to defense counsel yesterday. And the one with the initials goes to the witness.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, what is that?
USB drive.
All right. And do you know what is on that USB drive?
Yes, I do.
What is on that USB?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
What is on that USB drive?
Be a video of serving the legal document that we just spoke about.
And how do you know that?
Has my initials and the date on it.
Okay. And if I could be handled that exhibit? Your Honor, the state would move for admission of Exhibit 205.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, Exhibit 205 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if I may publish.
Yes.
Hi. Go on. Are you Captain Lord? It's about even, sir. You have any questions regarding that? So it is 14:39 hours on January 25th. Any questions? You have any questions for that? No? Okay. All right, have a nice day. Have a nice day.
Sir, did you have any further interaction with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on January 25th beyond what was seen in that video?
Not on January 25th.
At some time after January 25th, did you have further interaction regarding Chad Daybell and
Yep.
Lori Vallow?
Yes, I did.
What day was that?
January 26th.
And why did you have further interaction with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on?
And Judge, just as a matter of, could we ensure that we have a clear record of the year that they're referring to? Because I think that's been left out, counsel.
Was that the next day, January 26th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
And what was the nature of that interaction?
We obtained a search warrant and we were serving that search warrant.
What was the subject of the search warrant?
It was for the person of Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, the condo unit in Princeville, as well as their vehicle.
When you made contact with Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow on January 26th, where were they?
They were inside their vehicle.
Okay. Did they cooperate when you executed that search warrant?
Yes, they did.
And did you in fact perform a search of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Where was the search of the vehicle performed?
It was at our evidence warehouse.
So the vehicle was taken from the location where they were picked up, and then the vehicle, or where you made contact with them, I should say, and then the vehicle was taken to a second location.
Correct.
Okay. Did somebody take photographs of the execution of the search warrant of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if I could have the witness handed what's been marked the state's exhibit 234A through Z. There's a courtesy copy for the court, and defense counsel was provided a courtesy copy yesterday.
Thank you.
And sir, if you could just look through those and then hand them to the bailiff when you're done. Thank you, sir. Can you tell me what's depicted in State's Exhibit 234?
Those are the photos from the search warrant
And what date were those photos taken?
on the 28th, 2020, January.
So just to be clear for the record, the actual search of the vehicle took place 2 days after Chad and Lori were served with a search warrant?
That is correct.
Okay. And who took those photographs?
Our crime scene lab technician, Christian Vlauten.
Were you present when those photographs were taken?
I was.
And Your Honor, the state would move for the admission of State's Exhibit 234A through Z.
There will not be an objection from the defense, Judge.
Okay. And to make the record clear, Ms. Beatty, is that an inclusive, or have you removed anything between A and Z?
I have not, Your Honor.
Okay, so thank you. Exhibit 234A through Z inclusive is admitted.
And Your Honor, I would just move to publish on the Elmo here.
You may.
Thank you. So we will start with State's Exhibit 234A. Okay, get used to this. Can you tell me what's depicted here?
No, that's the overall, the front of the vehicle that was seized.
And whose vehicle was that?
It's a rental vehicle that Chad and Lori were in.
Okay. And can you tell me what's depicted in State's Exhibit 234B?
It's an initial view of the front door driver's side and Lori Vallow's purse on the seat.
and 234C.
Close up of the same.
Okay. I'd like to pause here for a moment and ask, did you find anything of evidentiary value in Lori Vallow's purse while you were searching Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow's rental vehicle?
Yes,
Can you tell me what that is?
from the purse.
Yes, sir.
There was a cell phone in the side pocket, and there was a debit card with I think it was a BBVA Compass debit card with the name of Tyler Ryan on it.
Can you tell me what's depicted in 234D?
That's the door jamb on the driver's side between the driver's seat and the door jamb on the floor, and that's a credit card or the debit card.
234E?
That's the debit card with Tyler Ryan.
234F?
The back of the same debit card.
Thank you. Can you tell me what we're looking at in 234G?
That's the cell phone that was in the side pocket of her purse.
What was done with that cell phone after the execution of that search warrant?
All those items were shipped back to Rexburg.
Next, we're going to look at 234H.
That's the passenger side rear door initial view, and a bag on the floorboard, and then a couple bicycles in the cargo area.
Okay, and when you say a couple, how many bicycles were in the cargo area?
There were 2 total.
Were those children's bicycles or adult bicycles?
They appear to be adult bicycles.
Can you tell me what we're looking at in State's Exhibit 234I?
It's the passenger door.
Okay. And was that the front passenger door or the rear passenger door?
I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough. I'd like to point to the bottom corner here. What was that item?
Oh, that's the bag that was on the floorboard. So that would be the rear passenger door.
Okay. $234J.
The initial overall view of the rear cargo area with suitcase, a JanSport backpack, and a couple bicycles.
Okay. $234K.
It's a Hawaii Robin Ruth handbag.
And is this the same handbag that we saw a couple photos ago on the rear passenger floorboard?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you determine what the contents of that bag were?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then what are we seeing here in 234L?
That's overall of some of the contents that were in the bag.
Okay. Can you kind of describe what we're looking at here?
Yeah, there's in this one, there's 2 Apple laptops or iPads, a manila envelope, and a folder, and a Visions of Glory book.
Okay. $234M.
That's one of the iPads.
Okay. $234N.
The second iPad.
Okay. $234O.
Another iPad in a black OtterBox.
And what do we see on the back of that iPad?
JJ written in red.
Okay. 234P,
That's the other side of the iPad.
and that would be the other side of the iPad with the initials JJ on the back.
Yes, ma'am.
And let me know if you need me to zoom in here, but what are we looking at in 234Q?
That is, death certificate for Leland Charles Anthony Vallow.
Do you recall how many copies of death certificates there were for Charles Vallow?
I believe there were 14 in this packet and then there was 3 in another packet, so a total of 17.
Did that seem strange to you?
Um, it's a lot, but
Sure. And what else are we looking at over here on the right-hand side?
that's a real estate paper for the condo unit that they were renting.
Okay. Two 34R.
Say,
I can zoom if you need me to.
yeah, I know there's 2 social security cards, one with Joshua Vallow and one with Tyler Ryan. There's I believe at the top left-hand corner is a live birth certificate for Tyler Ryan. And I can't really see the bottom one.
Yes. The bottom one. It's a little blurry here. Are you able to discern that, or do I need to, I could have it handed to you as well.
Yeah, I can see that.
We just hand him this, and just for the record, he's being handed 234R. Can you tell me what we're looking at there? On the bottom middle of 234R.
It's a birth certificate.
For who? If you're able to read that.
Honestly, I can't read it.
Okay. Are you able to tell what's on the bottom right side?
It's another birth certificate,
Uh,
and I'm sorry, it's so small that I'm
That's okay.
having a hard time reading it.
Is it possible that it could be a death certificate? On the lower right-hand side. And if you can't tell, that's completely fine.
Yes, it is from the state of Arizona.
Okay. We'll move past 234R.
Sorry.
No worries. It's a very tiny print. Thank you, sir. Moving on to 234S. See, maybe we'll turn it this way. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, certification of birth from the state of Louisiana for Trahan and Kanan Todd.
234T.
Blue Sky Property Management document for Lori Vallow, Tyler Ryan, and Joshua Vallow.
And was that, where was the property? Does this document indicate where that property was located?
Rexburg, Idaho.
And Judge, again, can I have her recite which exhibit this was?
That would be 234T. Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Okay. And all of these items were found in that blue bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 234U. Can you tell me what this is?
That's a letter from Chad Daybell, from Chad Daybell to Alexander Cox,
Okay. What's the date on there?
November 24th, 2019.
And what is the title under that date?
Patriarch Chad Daybell.
This was also found in the blue bag on the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then 234V. Can you tell me what that is?
It's a JanSport black backpack that was found in the rear cargo area by the bicycles.
Okay. We're going to go a little out of order here. 234X.
It's a patient summary with sticky notes on top.
Okay. And do the words on those sticky notes have any significance to you?
I don't know what any of that means.
Okay. I'm going to leave it up here for a moment so the jurors can look at those sticky notes and see the words on there. Okay. Getting close to the end here, 234Y. What are these?
A silver MacBook Pro and a HP laptop.
Okay, and were those also found in the black JanSport backpack?
Yes.
All right. What's this? I'm sorry, let me read you the exhibit number. 234Z.
I believe it's the other side of the black HP laptop.
And these iPads, laptop, and cell phone, were these all sent for processing somewhere?
Yes, they were.
Where was that?
Back to the Rexburg Police Department.
The last thing I want to show you is State's Exhibit 234W. What is that?
Envelope with US currency
Where was that found?
in the backpack.
How much US currency is in there
All total, there was 10,500.
in cash?
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
You may.
And Judge, could I ask again, the last exhibit, what number was that?
234W. Were you present when a search warrant was executed on the condo complex where they were staying?
Yes, I was.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that condo complex?
Yes, I did.
And let me back up just a little bit. What date was that search warrant executed?
That was condo complex. It was the 26th of January, 2020.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes, I did.
What was that?
There was a couple rubber type wedding bands and I don't recall what else. I believe there's only about three items taken.
When you were searching the condo complex, was there any sign that children were living there?
No, ma'am.
Was there any sign that children had ever been there?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can conduct cross-examination.
Judge, could I have exhibits 234, please?
Yes.
I was just checking. Good morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
Now, sir, you viewed the video at the time and you saw it up at the screen, correct?
Yes, correct.
At any time during that video, did you recall Mr. Daybell making any comment?
No, I do not.
Do you recall seeing Mr. Daybell looking over to see what the papers were
Yes, I do.
saying? Okay. And would you interpret his actions as trying to read or understand what Miss Vallow was being served with?
Yeah, it seemed like he was looking to see what that was.
You had an interest in seeing what this was all about, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you mentioned previously that this was an order regarding, was it a health and welfare order?
It was a order for them, for Lori to bring the kids back to Idaho. I believe it was the Department of Health for Rexburg.
Okay, and so it was an order of custody to turn the kids, a custody order, turning the kids over to authorities back in Idaho.
Yes, sir.
So in essence, it was, when Mr. Daybell would be reading it, that's what he would read, is that there was an order, custody order, saying that the kids are to be returned back to Idaho. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you discussed a little bit about the credit card that was found on the driver's side, correct?
Yes.
And who was driving that vehicle?
Lori Val.
Okay. And then the other items you said of pertinent interest were in the back seat of the vehicle, correct?
The cell phone was in the purse on the driver's seat, and then other items in the back of the vehicle. Yes.
And in this particular situation, you testified previously that Lori Vallow was the one driving the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And then there were 3 other seats, correct?
Yes.
And where was Mr. Daybell sitting?
He was sitting in the front passenger seat.
Okay. And you found nothing of evidentiary interest on Mr. Daybell's side of the vehicle, is that right?
That is correct.
And then in terms of the, I noted that on one of the exhibits, (234B), and Judge, I may ask that the witness be handed 234B. I noticed that on the console between the seats, there's a book. Do you have any and it's terribly difficult to see that, but do you have any recollection of what that book is?
Not really.
You don't know of what faith that book comes from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Judge, or Mr. Bailiff, thank you. Then you went on to talk about a blue, was it a bag or a suitcase?
There was a Hawaii Robin Ruth handbag.
Okay, and who would that be assigned to? Do you know?
I don't know.
You don't know who the owner of that bag was?
No.
And in the contents of that bag, you found what?
Most of the stuff, death certificates, birth certificates, social security cards, 3 tablets, and some other items.
Okay, and where was the location of that bag?
It was in the rear passenger seat, right behind where Mr. Daybell was sitting.
Okay, and then you talked about a black backpack. Were you able to ascertain who owned the black backpack?
I was not.
Now, when you stopped the Daybells, this was a traffic stop of some kind?
Yes, it was originally.
Was there any indication that Miss Vallow was trying to flee at that point?
No, there was not.
She cooperated fully with you?
Yes, she did.
And at any time, did Mr. Daybell make any statements during that stop?
No, he did not.
Okay, did he cooperate fully with you?
Yes, sir, he did.
And there was no indication that Mr. Daybell was trying to flee at any point, is that correct?
That is correct.
Judge, may I have a moment?
Yes.
And I noticed that on Exhibit W, you had talked about the currency. Where did you locate the currency?
That was in the backpack.
And again, you don't know who owned that backpack.
I don't have definitive proof who owned the backpack.
And again, can you identify these specific items that you found in that backpack again?
There was a silver MacBook Pro and a black HP laptop.
Okay, were you able to ascertain who was the owners of those respective devices?
No, I did not.
Okay, what else did you find in the backpack?
The currency,
Okay, anything else?
there was, yes, there was like a wallet with 4 credit cards in there.
And whose credit cards were those?
Chad Daybell.
Okay. Any other items found in the backpack?
There was, yes, there was a death certificate and a marriage license.
Okay. Anything else?
That's all I can recall at this time.
Judge, I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, that'll conclude the cross-examination then. Any redirect, Ms. Beatty?
Oh, sir.
Mark, we have a brief sidebar.
Sure.
Just a couple of questions.
Sure.
Mr. Pryor asked you if Mr. Daybell said anything when you made contact with them in their vehicle on the 26th, correct?
Yes,
And he didn't say anything.
not that I recall.
He didn't say, "What's this about?"
I don't remember him saying anything.
Okay. And you were asked if the defendant or Lori Vallow tried to flee, correct?
Yes, I was.
And you were contacted by the Rexburg Police Department?
Yes, I was. Well, not me directly, no.
Of course, your agency, fair to say your agency was contacted by the Rexburg Police Department.
Yes, correct.
Is that because Chad and Lori had left Idaho?
I assume so.
Okay. And to clarify something, you were asked about whether anything of evidentiary value was found in the passenger side of the vehicle.
Yes,
Okay. Was anything of evidentiary value found in the passenger side of the vehicle? Not the
No.
front seat, but the entire passenger side?
yes.
Just as a clarifying question.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
That was the Hawaii Robin Ruth bag with all the contents.
And was one of the contents of that bag a patriarchal blessing
Yes, it
from
was.
Chad Daybell? Okay. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. That'll conclude the testimony then of this officer Nesbitt. Is the state intending to have him recalled
No, thank you, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Judge, there's no subpoena on this witness and I'm not calling him back.
All right, Officer Nesbitt, then you are excused. Thank you for coming in and testifying today, and you can go ahead and step down and I'll ask the state to call another witness.
Your Honor, the state's going to be calling Ben Dean. I do apologize. I did make a mistake this morning thinking I brought up my folder for Ben Dean with his exhibit. I did not, so I'm going to ask for just a very quick break to run down to our room and grab that. And I do apologize for wasting anybody's time.
Well, that's fine. We'll take a brief recess to allow you to get that, Mr.
And then
Wood.
we'll have him on very shortly.
Okay, if everyone wants to just stand up for a moment. I don't know if the jury wants to retire back to the hallway for a minute. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay. All right, Mr. Woody, you ready to call your next witness?
Sorry.
That's fine.
The state would call Ben Dean.
Very well.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, the witness has been sworn. I have a few questions before we start the direct examination. Mr. Dean, have you watched any of these trial proceedings on the court's online streaming or through any other source?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, have you talked to anyone about any testimony they've provided here at trial?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for answering that. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you can do so.
Thank you. Good morning. Can
Morning.
you state your name and spell it for the record?
Benjamin Dean, Benjamin,
And where are you employed?
the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
What position do you currently hold at the FBI?
I'm an intelligence analyst,
And how long have you been an intelligence analyst at the FBI?
about 8 years.
Can you describe your educational, professional, and training background to hold that position?
Yes, I obtained a bachelor's degree in foreign language and foreign area studies. And then my first position in the FBI was with the language services section, where my job was to review and report on the lawfully obtained electronic communications of predicated case subjects in different parts of the country. Later, I became an intelligence analyst after attending and completing the basic field training course at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia. And that was a 3-month course that consisted of classroom instruction, exercises, and exams on a number of different topics, including analytical writing, threat analysis, and raw intelligence reporting.
And what office of the FBI are you currently assigned to?
The Salt Lake City field office.
What are your day-to-day responsibilities?
My main job is to review or is to analyze information and make assessments regarding specific threats. And so some of my day-to-day tasks might include reviewing information from a broad range of sources, looking for trends and patterns in that information, and then writing reports or giving briefings with findings and recommendations. And then since I currently work on a criminal investigative squad, I often provide support to active cases.
Do you have any specific training or experience in reviewing electronic communications?
Yes,
Can you explain that experience?
sure. During my time with the language services section, I attended a week-long course focused on best practices and techniques in monitoring and reporting on electronic communications records. I later at the FBI Academy received training in digital evidence collection and exploitation and in the use of telephone analysis software. Since then, I've completed virtual and in-person trainings on that topic, on that subject. And of course, as an analyst in the field, I've had several occasions where I've reviewed those types of records in support of active cases. And so while I'm not an expert in the field and I am not a digital forensics examiner by trade, I have been able to gain some working knowledge and familiarity with the subject.
Have you been involved in the investigation into Chad and Lori Daybell?
Yes.
When did your involvement in this case, in the Daybell case, begin?
It began in late March of 2020.
What was your initial assignment in the case?
My initial assignment in the case was to review tips that had been submitted by members of the public in response to a press release that was issued by the FBI and the Rexburg Police Department on the 5th of, on the 5th of March, 2020, regarding Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow, who were missing at the time. And both Tylee and JJ had been seen at Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September. And so the press release requested that the members of the public, anyone who had been to the park that day, who had visited and had taken photos or videos during their trip, to please send those in so that law enforcement could review them in hopes that they would aid in finding the children.
And do you recall, oh, you already answered this, you started working on this late March of 2020?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe the volume of tips and media you reviewed as part of that initial assignment?
I would estimate somewhere between 600 and 800 unique tips were submitted by members of the public in response to that press release. Some of the tips had only text information that the tipster thought could help, and other tips had multiple media file attachments, photos and videos. And so in total, I would estimate I've reviewed several hundred photos or videos as part of the initial assignment.
Were you ever tasked with another assignment in support of that investigation?
Yes, I was.
What was that?
I was asked to assist with the review of electronic devices that were seized from Chad Daybell's residence on January 3rd of 2020.
And do you recall what devices you were to look at?
Initially, I was assigned to review data that was pulled off of a hard drive and a thumb drive.
And when did you complete your review of those devices?
I completed my review of those devices in May, sometime in May of 2020.
Were you asked to review any other data from any other devices?
Yes,
What were the additional devices you were asked to review?
I was asked to review the contents of 2 Blu-ray discs, each of which contained data that was extracted from electronic storage devices seized from Chad Daybell's property on January 3rd of 2020.
So the data you were provided was on Blu-ray discs.
Yes,
Were the discs labeled?
yes, they were.
How were they labeled?
Both discs had a unique FBI specimen number written on them. So one disc had the number IWR 091201, and the other one was labeled IWR 091202. And also both discs had the words working copy written on them.
Do you recall which disc you reviewed first?
I first reviewed the disc labeled IWR 091201.
And when did you begin your review of the disc? And when did you, when did you begin your review of that disc?
Late May of 2020.
What was the process you used to review that data on that disc?
So I used a Blu-ray disc reader to open up the contents of the disc on my work computer. I saw that the main file folder on the disc was labeled, was titled IWR 091201. I went into that folder and found a subfolder with an application file. It's called cellbrightreader.exe, and also a UFDR file with the name IWR 091201 report.ufdr. So I double-clicked on the application file to launch the Cellbright Reader software. And once it was fully loaded, I used it to open the UFDR file.
And can you briefly explain to the jury what is Cellbright Reader?
Cellbright Reader is essentially, it's a software program, and it allows for the review and analysis of data pulled off of electronic storage devices. And yeah, that's basically what it is.
And you mentioned a UFDR file. What is that?
So a UFDR file is basically a report containing all of the data items pulled off of a device. And UFDR files can be opened and viewed with Cellbrite Reader.
How does the data appear in Cellbrite Reader when you open it up?
When you open Cellbrite Reader, you'll see a list of categories on the left-hand side. And so that's because Cellbrite Reader organizes all of the data items that are on a device into categories based on the item's file type. So some examples of categories would be autofill items, calendar items, device contacts, things of that nature, and also communication items such as emails, phone calls, SMS or text messages, or multimedia or MMS messages.
All right. And what file types do you typically look at to determine the user of a given device?
Typically, I look at 4 areas. I look to see if there's a device user listed. I look at if it's a phone, I look at the phone number that's associated with the device. And I look at the content of any communications items that are on the device. And I also look at any photos or videos that could be on the device that may show me who the device belonged to.
So this device that you were recently just telling us about, or that the data that you had on this Blu-ray disc, did you look at all those file types for this device?
I did.
And when reviewing those items, did it become apparent what type of device it was?
Yes,
What type of a device was it?
it was an LG cellular phone.
Were you able to ascertain who the user of that device was?
Yes, there was.
How did you ascertain that?
I ascertained that the user of the device was Tammy Daybell, who was the wife of Chad Daybell. And that was apparent to me for several reasons. First, the device user was listed as Tammy. Second, the phone number associated with the device matched with the phone number for Tammy Daybell as it appeared in other documents obtained in this investigation. There were incoming messages on the device addressing Tammy. There were outgoing messages with the user, the sender, introducing herself as Tammy, or in the case of emails, signing off an email with Tammy. And there were group messages, direct messages, and phone calls with other members of the Daybell family and their spouses, all of whom were named as contacts in that device. And the content of the written messages suggested that the user of this device, of this phone, had a close family relationship with the Daybell children. There were also device notifications showing new posts by members of the Daybell family in a Facebook group called Daybells and Murs. There were photos on the device showing Tammy Daybell both by herself and with Chad Daybell, their children and their grandchildren. And then finally, I did observe that all of the outgoing communication activity on the device ended the evening of October 18th, 2019, which I know to be the day before first responders discovered Tammy deceased inside her home.
For the record, do you recall the phone number associated with this device?
Yes, it was it was 801-669-4368.
I want to draw your attention to September 9th, 2019. Did Tammy's phone receive any text messages that day?
Yes,
Were there any text messages sent to Tammy's phone that day that caught your attention?
yes, there were.
What was the phone number from which those messages were sent?
801-690-9374.
Is it possible that that was a 208 instead of an 801?
Yes, it is. 208-690-9374.
Was there a contact name stored on the phone for that number?
The contact name was Chad.
Throughout your review of this device, have you reviewed other messages sent by the contact save as Chad?
Yes.
And based on your review of those other messages sent by that phone number, who did you believe that that number belonged to?
Based on my review of the other messages, I believe that that phone number belonged to Chad Guy Daybell, who was the husband of Tammy Daybell.
And can you explain to the jury why you came to that conclusion?
Yes. First off, that same number ending in 9374 also appeared in other documents obtained in the investigation that associated the number as being one of the phone numbers used by Chad Daybell. Let's see, there were that number ending in 9374 was also part of group messages with other members of the Daybell family and their spouses. Again, all of whom were named as contacts in this device. And the content of those group messages also suggested that the user of that phone number ending in 9374 had a close family relationship with the Daybell children. And also the communication, the content of the messages between the device user, Tammy, and user of this phone number ending in 9374 suggested or made it clear that they both lived in the same home and that there was another individual named Garth who lived in that home with them.
Your Honor, I would ask that the witness be handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 229. I provided a copy to counsel and have a courtesy copy for the court as well.
Very well.
Agent, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 229?
Yes, I do.
What does it purport to be?
It is a copy of text messages that were exchanged between Chad Daybell and Tammy Daybell on the 9th of September
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, I believe we've got the text sorted out here, so the agents on the stand, if we could have the jurors brought back in, please. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Resolve President account for Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, when we left off for lunch, Mr. Wood, you were on direct examination. I think you had offered or were discussing Exhibit 229. It was not yet admitted, and then we had an issue that we've resolved. So if you'd like to continue with direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I do believe, talking with counsel, that Exhibit 229 comes in by way of stipulation.
Okay, it's been offered. Is there any objection to the admission of Exhibit 229?
No objection.
Very well. Exhibit 229 is admitted.
Is your appropriate title agent?
No, it's intelligence analyst.
Can I just call you Mr. Dean?
Sure.
Mr. Dean, do you have Exhibit 229 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
It's a copy of the text messages that were exchanged between Tammy Daybell and Chad Daybell on the 9th of September of 2019.
And how do you know this?
I know this because I reviewed these same messages during my review of the contents of Tammy's phone.
Other than the text messages themselves, what other information is shown on this page?
There are additional details for each of the messages on this page, including the direction of each message, whether it was incoming or outgoing. Different timestamps for each message are shown on the page. And also there are the source paths indicating where on the phone, where inside the phone, the raw information for these messages was maintained and stored.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 229?
You may.
I believe that does. Agent, you mentioned, or Mr. Dean, you mentioned that there are different timestamps shown on this page for each message. Have you seen those timestamps associated with these messages before?
Yes.
And can you explain, to the best of your knowledge, why different timestamps are associated with these messages?
Yes. So when I first reviewed these messages, in late May of 2020. I did so using Cellbrite Reader's timeline tool or timeline feature, which allows for the review of data items from multiple categories together in chronological order. And when I did that, only by default, only one timestamp was displayed as the primary timestamp for each item, for each message. And so it was that default timestamp that I used whenever I referred to these messages in written documents or when providing court testimony on previous occasions. That on this page, that timestamp, those default timestamps are labeled as the CR default times.
Do you
As-
have a pointer up there?
Sure.
If you can point out to what you're,
All right. So these times right here, CR default, those are the timestamps that I'm talking about now, and they're labeled CR default here because they're the default times shown in Cellbrite Reader. So recently, as I was refamiliarizing myself with the contents of this device and with these messages in particular, I still saw in Cellbrite Reader that these CR default times were still being presented as the primary timestamp assigned to each of those items. But I also observed that there was an additional timestamp for the incoming messages that show that they had been sent roughly 1 hour earlier. And those earlier timestamps were only visible when viewing the metadata for each individual message or by accessing a separate section of the extraction report in Cellbrite Reader to see the raw information for the messages within the phone's internal SMS database. And so on this page, those earlier timestamps for the incoming messages are labeled as the sent times right there. And they're labeled as such because that's how they're labeled in the phone's internal storage.
and with regard to those incoming messages and those two different timestamps, were you able to determine which of the two timestamps is most accurate?
Yes,
How did you make that determination?
I was able to make that determination by consulting telephone toll records for both Tammy's and Chad's phone number, covering this time period. And those toll records had been obtained early on in this investigation from Verizon, who is the phone service provider for both numbers, and they were obtained through search warrants that had been obtained by Fremont County Sheriff's Office and the Rexburg Police Department, respectively. And so what I did was I had on one screen, I had the Cellbrite Reader program loaded and opened up to display these 4 messages. And on another, I opened the folders that contained the Verizon search warrant return information for both Tammy's phone and for Chad's phone number. And I opened up the spreadsheets that specifically contained SMS message data or text message data. And I applied filters in both spreadsheets to only show the messages exchanged between Tammy and Chad on the 9th of September of 2019. And then I sorted those messages from oldest to newest. And after I took those steps, I saw that there were 4 messages in both of those spreadsheets, and there was 4 messages, of course, in the Cellbrite Reader window that I had open. I was able to see that the order of these messages and the directionality of the messages matched up in all of those windows. And I also saw that the timestamps in the Verizon spreadsheets under the message send date column matched up perfectly with the earlier timestamps that had been located in Cellbrite Reader.
All right, and are those those timestamps from the Verizon records also shown on this page?
Yes, they are. They're listed first of all the three timestamps. So they're labeled message send date. And that's because that's how they're labeled in the Verizon returns spreadsheet.
All right, and on this sheet, are those messages listed in the chronological order of the times found on those Verizon cell phone records?
Yes, they are.
Mr. Dean, will you, looking at that first message, who sent that message?
It was sent from the contact named as Chad,
And who received it?
the device user, Tammy.
And what time was it sent?
September 9th of 2019 at 10:53:16 a.m.
And will you read that message?
Yes. Well, I've had an interesting morning. I felt I should burn all the limb debris by the fire pit before it got too soaked by the coming storms. While I did so, I spotted a big raccoon along the fence. I hurried and got my gun, and he was still walking along. I got close enough that one shot did the trick. He is now in our pet cemetery. Fun times.
The second message, can you look at who sent that message?
It was sent by the contact named as Chad
And who was it sent to?
to the device user, Tammy.
And what time was it sent at?
So, it was sent at 10:56:52 a.m. on September 9th, 2019.
Can you read the contents of that message?
Gonna shower now and then go right for a while at BYU. Love you.
And the third message, who sent the third message?
Chad,
The third message?
excuse me. The device user, Tammy, sent the message to Chad.
And what was the date and time of that message?
The date was the 9th of September, 2019, and the time was 1:47:01 p.m.
And what was the content of that message?
It read, "Good for you."
And the last message on that page, who sent the last message?
That one was sent by Chad to the device user, Tammy. And it was sent on the same date at 1:48:14 p.m. And it read, "I'm back home now."
So, Agent, you testified that you found these messages as part of your analysis of Tammy Daybell's phone. Correct?
Correct.
Why did these messages catch your attention?
The first message in particular stood out to me because it was simply longer and more detailed than any of the other messages that had been exchanged or would be exchanged between Tammy and Chad as they appeared on this device. So generally speaking, messages sent between the two were relatively short, and they dealt with things, routine matters, household matters, and things of that nature, such as whether one or the other needed to pick up a check or deposit a check, whether animal feed needed to be picked up for any of the animals that lived on the property, what time one or the other was coming home or leaving the house, and so on and so forth. And this message was the only one that was on this device in which Chad wrote to Tammy such a lengthy and detailed explanation of his day's events.
Okay.
And
Was there anything about the date of that text message that caught your attention?
yes, the date also caught my attention because if you recall from earlier in my testimony, my first assignment in this investigation was to review tips that were submitted by members of the public in response to that 5th of March, 2020 press release by the FBI and Rexburg PD, in which the members of the public were asked to send photos and videos if they'd been in and around Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September of 2019, in the hopes that that information, those photos, those videos may give law enforcement a clue and aid in the investigation to locate both Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow. And so after having reviewed hundreds of photographs and video files taken from all across Yellowstone National Park on the 8th of September of 2019, I was very much aware that that date was the last day that Tylee Ryan was seen alive. And so upon reading this first message here on this page, in which Chad.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. This is becoming quite a narrative and there should be some questions, I believe.
I can ask some more, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So just kind of in summary, what was it then that caused you concern about this text message?
It was the fact that this longer, more, detailed text message, longer and more detailed than others on the device, was sent by Chad to his wife, Tammy, explaining with some amount of care that he had started a fire, shot a large animal, and buried that large animal on his property. And it was the fact that he did those things. He was telling his wife, Tammy, that he did those things on the day after Tylee Ryan was last seen alive.
And were you ever made aware in your investigation where Tylee Ryan's remains were found?
Yes,
Where were they found?
they were found in the pet cemetery on Chad Daybell's property.
Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, thank you.
The exhibit is.
Do I also get permission to call you Mr. Dean?
You do.
Thank you. You had an opportunity to look at Tammy's phone and Chad's phone, is that correct?
I did not, but I did not review Chad's phone.
You looked at Tammy's phone.
Correct.
You looked at the contents of Tammy's phone.
Correct.
And would you agree with me that there were frequent discussions with other members of her family?
Yes.
You would agree with me that based on your analysis that there were 3 people that were living in the Daybell home on this on or around September 9th, is that correct?
Correct.
And those people would be who?
Tammy Daybell, Chad Daybell, and Garth Daybell.
Did you discover any information with any other of the Daybell family members, whether they lived close proximity to the Daybell property?
Not during my review of Tammy's device that I can remember, but over the course of other assignments that I had in this case, I did become aware that yes, there were other members of the Daybell family and their spouses living nearby.
And who were those?
I believe it was Emma Murray and her husband, Joe Murray.
And do you know where approximately they lived?
I believe they lived sort of catty corner to the Daybell property.
Now, it's not your position that the mention of animals in communications from Tammy is unusual, is it?
Mention of animals. It happened a few times.
Okay. And in those communications, the range that you used in this thing started around the 27th of July, is that right, of 2019?
For SMS messages,
Yes.
particularly. Yes, so the range of the SMS messages on the device was July through October. So yes,
So July of 2019 through October, the middle of October of 2019, correct?
correct.
2.5 months.
It's about 4 months.
End of July, August, September, middle of October, right?
Yes. So,
So where's 4 months come from?
well, I think that the messages on the device started in mid-July. So if I was counting July,
Oh, I see. I see. But your date of evaluation started on the 27th of July, correct?
the date the very first SMS message appeared on appearing on the phone.
No, the date, the range of your evaluation of the phone started on the 27th of July of 2019 and ended on approximately the 17th or 18th of October. Is that right?
That's for the outgoing communications on the device ended on the 18th of October.
Right.
There were some messages after that.
But the range of what you're talking about and testifying about is the range we just discussed, the July through October. Is that right?
That's right.
And the evaluation that you're presenting to this jury is that in that 2.5 month period, this was a lengthy SMS message. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you didn't look at, do you have an idea of how long Chad and Tammy Daybell were married?
Quite some time. I couldn't give you an exact date.
It was a significant length, wasn't it? You didn't evaluate their history of 30 years of marriage on their SMS communications, did you?
No, I did not.
In fact, you didn't even evaluate the SMS messages from May, June, and the first half of July of 2019 during this range either, did you?
They were not on the device, so no.
Okay. So you really can't say, all you can say is that in this specific 2.5 month period, you found this to be a generally, and that's was your term, right? Generally longer than some of the others, correct?
So generally speaking, their messages between the two of them were shorter and dealt with everyday affairs, everyday matters. And this message stood out because it was longer and more detailed than all of the rest that were on the device.
And did you have an occasion to look at any other devices that Tammy Daybell may have had as part of your investigation?
No,
Were you aware as part of your investigation that Tammy Daybell had communicated with her children about this very incident about locating and finding raccoons?
this.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That misstates prior testimony.
Sustained.
Do you have any indication or information as part of your investigation that Mark Daybell and Tammy Daybell discussed wildlife during a communication?
From my review of this device, no, I do not have knowledge of that.
Okay. And you didn't look beyond this device. You're speaking specifically about this device, and you're not speaking about any other communication that may have occurred discussing wildlife or raccoons or skunks, right?
Correct. And on this device,
Okay.
that's what I'm speaking to.
Okay. And again, the phone number for, just so we have a clear record for Tammy Daybell was what number?
The phone number for Tammy Daybell was 801-669-4368.
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Just very brief. You were asked how long the Daybells were married, or Chad and Tammy Daybell were married. You weren't provided with devices for the entire length of their marriage, correct?
No, I was not.
And you were asked about the length of this message, and part of what stood out to you was the length of this message.
That's correct.
And again, this message is what, this message caught your attention because of the content and the date about burying an animal in the pet cemetery.
Judge asked and answered.
Overruled.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Thank you. All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of intelligence analyst Dean. And we will ask, at this point, I'll just inquire if he may be recalled. Is the state intending to recall the witness?
Your Honor, we're not planning on it. We have been, just as a matter of course, not releasing law enforcement from subpoenas just in case, but, so we wouldn't release them at this time.
All right, so, Mr. Dean, then with that being said, because of the court's exclusionary order, I'll direct you not to observe or watch any continuing trial testimony in the case or discuss with anyone else any testimony they give in the case. With that, you can go ahead and be excused. Thank you for testifying.
Your Honor.
And the state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state calls Janet Anderson.
Swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Mr. Wixom, again, do you believe the exclusionary order would apply to this witness?
I believe it would, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson, then having been sworn, I'm just going to ask, have you watched any of the trial online or from any other source or observed any of it in here?
No,
Okay. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in their trial?
no.
Very well. Mr. Wixom, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Janet Anderson, Janet Andersen.
Thank you. And where do you live?
I live in St. Charles, Idaho,
And where is that?
by Bear Lake.
Where did you live 5 years ago?
I lived in Lyman, Rexburg area.
When you lived in Rexburg, what type of work did you do?
I was the secretary at Central Elementary in Sugar City,
How long did you work in that job?
15 years.
Do you recall working with the Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
Can you recall which years you remember working with her?
She started in 2017 and she died in 2019.
Could you describe for the jury what kind of working interactions did you have with Tammy?
I saw Tammy every day, multiple times a day. She was in the library and I would have to go down, deliver notes to the students or take her books to get checked in. Just different handouts we'd have to hand out. So I'd be in her library 2 or 3 times a day, every day.
Would she have occasion to come to the office where you worked?
Yes, lots of times.
Were there any other duties that you had that you shared with Tammy?
Nope.
I want you the best you can. Can you tell the jury what your perception was of Tammy, her personality and demeanor, just generally speaking?
She was easy to get along with. She was very quick to get her duties done. She was very efficient, organized. She was easy to talk to, and she didn't ever have anything bad to say to anybody, and she was a friendly person. She's friends to everybody. Everybody loved Tammy.
How often did you have interaction with her? Was it every day? or-
Every day. Mhm.
And with respect to her attendance at work, do you recall, was she someone who called in sick or missed work?
I don't
Judge, I'm going to
remember her-
object unless there's some additional foundation.
Overruled.
You may answer.
I don't remember any days of getting a substitute for her. She just wasn't ever sick. She, I never, she never had a cough or a sniffle or a limp or anything that I noticed.
Okay. Was Tammy ever one to complain of her health or talk about her health?
No,
At any point in time, let me withdraw that. Thinking back to just the last few weeks before she passed, did you ever notice anything about her and her health?
no, she was very energetic. Like I said, she was the Energizer Bunny. She just was everywhere and got everything done she needed to. And
Would you mind elaborating on that for the jury? When you use the word Energizer Bunny, what do you mean by that?
she just never quit. She was always where she needed to be. She had multiple jobs. She was lunchroom duty. She was computer lab, librarian, recess duty. She was always quick to get to wherever she needed to be. She didn't talk very much, stop and visit very much. And if it was brief, and then she went to where she needed to be.
How did you first learn of her passing?
Mr. Garner called me Saturday morning.
And other than possibly grief, what was your reaction to that news?
I thought, how could this be? I just barely saw her Friday at 3:30, 3:45. She was happy. She was healthy. She was laughing about curtains she'd had to put up in the computer lab so the kids would quit knocking on the door to say hi to her. And it was just really quite a shock. I didn't know how it could happen.
When you talk about this, her stopping or putting up curtains, did you have a specific interaction with her regarding that?
Yeah, she stopped at the office on their way out. Her and Emma stopped at the office and told me about what they were doing in the computer lab to put up the curtains, and they were laughing about it, how it's so funny that the kids had to say hi when they just barely saw her an hour before, but they'd have to knock on the window and say hi to her, and they thought that was really funny. Tammy had quite an interesting sense of humor. I loved it. She was happy most of the time about lots of things.
Thinking about that interaction with the curtains, when did that occur relative to her death?
That was at 3:45 on Friday. And I guess she passed away that night or morning.
So as you recall, you last saw Tammy at 3:45 the night before she passed?
Yes.
When you had this interaction with her about the curtains, did she appear sick at all to you?
Nope.
Did you make any other observations about her health?
She was just normal, healthy all the time.
Did she have any appearance of having had a hard work day, tired, anything like that?
Actually, no. She seemed like she had energy, no matter what time of the day it was, morning or evening or whenever I saw her. She just was always on the go.
And then just last question, over the last few months before she passed, did you happen to notice whether or not she'd gained or lost any weight?
I don't think she gained or lost any weight. She looked the same. She walked the same. She was always really fast walking to wherever she had to go. In my office, I would see all the halls. And so I could see people coming and going wherever they went. And they put me in that spot so I could. So I saw Tammy a lot, but she was just always on the go where she needed to be.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wixom. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Anderson, do you have a recollection of being interviewed by Officer Mattingly?
Who's that?
One of the police officers who conducted the investigation in this case and interviewed you?
Well, somebody came to the office and made me write down a report, but I don't remember his name.
Okay. And do you remember as part of that report, you mentioned that Tammy Daybell was somebody who kept to herself?
She kept to herself in the way that she got her job done. Like I
Okay.
said, she didn't stop and talk to very many people for very long. So
Okay, so when you say she kept to herself, it was in her, and I don't want to suggest that it was a shy manner, but she kept her personal business to herself. Would that be fair?
well, she never said much personal things to me, so that's probably why.
Yep. In fact, she never said anything about her health to you, did she?
Never.
In fact, the one person that you would identify who would probably be her confidant at the school would be her own daughter, Emma. Would you agree with that?
I don't agree with that.
Okay, why not?
I think she had lots of friends. She talked to lots of people, and there could have been a time when she would have said something to one of the other staff members.
And despite the fact that she had a tendency to keep to herself, according to you, you're telling me now that she must have talked to other members that, but you don't really know that, do you?
Objection, argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You don't know that, do you, ma'am?
I don't.
Okay. But you do know that her daughter worked at the same school with her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And would you say it's fair to say that her daughter, um, that they spent a lot of time together when they had downtime at school?
No, I don't think they did.
Okay. Now, on the day that you're describing and the day that the Friday, the last day of school that Tammy was there, do you remember the efforts that were being undertaken by Tammy to prepare for the book fair that day?
Yes,
Okay, and there was a book fair that was scheduled, correct?
correct.
And you would agree with me that that required a lot of moving of books and a lot of hustle and bustle that day, right?
Objection, counsel is testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Was it a significant endeavor to prepare for that book fair?
I think so. I didn't really look at people when they did that, but I probably was.
So when
Yeah.
you're saying that you didn't observe, you didn't actually observe Tammy on that day preparing for this book fair, is that right?
Actually, the book fair wasn't that day. It was the next week.
Okay,
So there wouldn't have been a lot of quick work. I imagine she got things organized and sort of got ready for it, but I don't think there was a lot of extra work that would have had to be done on that Friday.
but you're not aware of, you didn't have any specific recollection of seeing Tammy doing anything particular in regards to the book fair, is that right?
No,
Okay, but you don't know one way or the other, you're just speculating, wouldn't that be fair?
that would be fair. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Judge, I have nothing else.
All right. Any redirect, Mr. Wixom?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll conclude your testimony then, Ms. Anderson. Are we going to anticipate she may be recalled?
The state would excuse her, Judge.
From the bench?
Judge, I don't anticipate calling her either, I would excuse her as well, thank you.
Okay, you can be excused. Thank you for appearing. State can call its next witness.
State would call Tammy Gee.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, before the witness testifies, let me just inquire now that you've been placed under oath, Ms. Key. Have you watched any of this trial online or observed any of the trial testimony here in the courtroom or otherwise?
No,
Thank you. Have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given in this trial?
no.
Okay, thank you. With that then, Ms. Beatty, if you'd like to inquire on direct, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gee, could you please state your full name and then spell your last?
Yes, my name is Tammy Gee, G like in good, E.
Do you prefer to go by Tammy or Mrs. Gee or Ms. Gee?
You can just call me Tammy.
Okay, that sounds great. Can you tell me where you work?
I work at Central Elementary in Sugar City, Idaho.
How long have you worked there?
I have worked there for this year will be 14 years.
And what is your job title there?
I teach kindergarten.
Have you taught kindergarten the entire time you've worked at the school?
No, actually, I taught third grade for 3 years, and then I have taught kindergarten the rest of my stay there.
And in 2019, were you teaching kindergarten?
Yes, I was.
I want to talk to you about someone named Tammy Daybell. Do
Yes.
you know her or do
Yes.
you know her?
Yes.
How did you know Tammy Daybell?
She was the librarian at our school.
And how long did you and Tammy Daybell work together?
From the time she was hired on until her passing.
And do you know about how many years or months that would be?
I would say that was about 3 years.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you learn that Tammy Daybell had passed away?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the very last time that you ever saw Tammy Daybell. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
Yes. It was the day before her passing after school.
Can you tell me about what time you spoke to her during the day?
I spoke to her at about 3:20, between 3:20 and 3:30 is usually when I get back from duty. And I spoke to her then about one of my students.
Do you remember her demeanor during the conversation?
Yes, she was very animated. She was very friendly and kind.
Did you make any observations about what her health was?
Um, uh, I didn't see any health issues. We talked just like I would on a regular day.
How would you describe her energy level?
Great.
And at some point in time the next day, did you receive a phone call?
Actually, our principal texted us all, and yes, we heard it the next morning.
What was your reaction?
I was shocked. I was shocked. Shocked.
And why were you shocked?
I had just talked to her the day before about one of my students and how we were going to help him. And I didn't see any indication that she was sick.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gee.
Good afternoon.
Do you recall on that Friday if there were, are you aware of any preparations that were being done to prepare for a book fair the following week?
Not that I know of.
Okay,
Not that I remember.
okay. And would you agree that Tammy was a bit of a private person, and in terms of her personal life, she tended to keep to herself?
Not really, but not really.
Okay.
I wouldn't say that.
Judge, I have nothing else.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, I have nothing further for this witness and she may be excused from her subpoena.
All right, unless there's any objection from the defense, you may be excused from your subpoena. Thank you for appearing and providing your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
You're welcome. State can call its next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Pam Peebles.
swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, before we inquire on direct, I'll just ask the witness, have you observed or watched in any way any of the trial testimony that's taken place in this case?
No.
Okay, have you talked to anyone else about testimony they've given?
No.
Very well, you can inquire on direct, Mr. Wicks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Pamela Peebles, Pamela Peebles.
And ma'am, where is it that you live?
I live in Rigby, Idaho.
And where do you work?
I work at Central Elementary in Sugar City, Idaho.
What do you do there?
I'm a Title I teacher.
What is that?
We help children that are not on grade level in their reading. We just kind of help them to get their reading up to grade level.
How long have you done that?
Probably around 14 or 15 years.
As a Title I teacher, did you have and do you have regular interaction with the library?
Somewhat, if I'm out in the hall or whatever, and I go there to get books frequently.
I want to draw your attention back to 2019. Do you recall working with Tammy Daybell?
Yes.
And the best you can recall, how many years or how long did you work with her?
Probably a couple, 2 to 3 years.
Could you just describe for the jury your day-to-day interactions with Tammy? What would those be?
I would see her around the school every day because she was running around doing her library and computer stuff with the children. So I would interact with her every day, and sometimes she would come in our room, but mostly I was out at recess duty twice a week with her for a half hour each time.
What did recess duty entail?
So we were just out there to ensure the safety of the children. And Tammy would be able to run around with them and interact with them. She knew each child by name, in all of them in the school. She loved the children and they loved her very much. So she would interact with them a lot. And it was a joy to watch her. And she was a good friend as well as a coworker.
As you sit there and reflect back on what you were trying to explain about recess, would you say that's an active, physically active duty?
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's becoming leading.
Sustained.
Did you get a chance to watch her during those 30-minute sessions of recess?
Yes.
And specifically, what would she do? What would you observe her to do?
Well, she would engage with the children with their playtime, and she would make sure that they were okay. And she was very involved with the children.
Okay. How did you first learn of Tammy's passing?
One of the teachers that I work under let us know that she had passed away.
And other than perhaps grief, what was your reaction?
Judge, I'm going to object.
Grounds?
Judge, it's argumentative.
Overruled.
What was your reaction when you learned of her death?
Mostly surprise.
Why?
Well, because I was with her on Thursday at recess duty, watching her with the children and speaking with her like we always did. And I saw nothing wrong with her. So I was shocked.
To that point, thinking to your interactions with her day-to-day at work, Did you make observations that you had a perception of her health?
Well, I thought she was quite healthy. She she had been training for a race.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There's been no foundation for that testimony, and it's a narrative.
Sustained.
Ma'am, did Tammy ever say anything to you about whether or not she was training for a race?
Yes.
Judge,
Go ahead.
when did she say that?
She had said that.
Judge, I'm going to object. It calls for hearsay.
Judge, it goes to her state of her physical well-being under 8033.
Overruled.
When did she tell you that?
She told me that several times, but Thursday we talked about it.
And what specifically did she say about that?
She had told me that she felt like she was in the best health of her life. She had been eating better and losing some weight and training. And she said she felt very good about her health. And we discussed that a little bit.
Based on your observations, was anything about that she was sharing inconsistent, or was that consistent?
It was consistent. She seemed very healthy to me.
Had you personally, just off of observation, noticed whether or not she'd gained or lost any weight in the few months before she passed?
Well, she had lost some, and I was a little jealous of that. So we talked about that a little bit, and she looked good, and she was happy that she felt better and had changed some of her habits and stuff.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, I have no more questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Cross-examination, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I don't have any questions.
Very well. That'll conclude your testimony then. Any reason why the witness can't be excused from the subpoena?
We would excuse her, Your Honor.
Very well. Thank you for appearing and testifying. You are excused.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, we discussed scheduling here with council in that sidebar. We are going to go ahead and conclude for the day since they are doing this courthouse maintenance this afternoon just behind the courtroom here. We are intending to just have a regular scheduled day tomorrow of 8:30 till 3 or 3:30, depending on when we break for the weekend tomorrow. So that concludes evidence for today. There is another brief issue I'll take up on the record outside the presence of the jurors once they've been excused from the courtroom, if council will remain for a moment. And so I will go ahead and give the council your instruction I give you each day as you go home. Please don't discuss the case or any of the evidence amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't investigate or look the case up in any way, and we'll have you fill out your affirmations tomorrow that you followed that instruction. Thank you for your attendance today, and we will see you tomorrow morning for.
All right.
evidence. Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court just wanted to clarify something on the record as it goes towards exhibits. When the case started for trial, I raised a concern with counsel about some of the markings, which in law terms we refer to as bait stamps on state's exhibits, referencing Vallow/Daybell with page numbers or potentially a case number or something. I think they're just page numbered that way. When we started trial, I did have a concern about the references to Vallow, being that we previously had a separate trial in that case, potentially having some impact if the jurors would or lead to speculation about why that was there. Now that we've gone through significant evidence, I was originally requesting the state and they were redacting that Vallow reference from exhibits. At this point, with all the references, I think the parties have agreed in the court also that it doesn't appear there'd be any kind of prejudice or cause for speculation to have those references on exhibits. And so exhibits are now being admitted without that redaction. And one example would be the 234 exhibits, which were admitted today, which have those markings on them, are now unredacted. So that's how the court is handling those exhibits. And I understand the state and defense don't object to that being contained on the exhibits. Is that accurate from the state's perspective,
That is, Your Honor.
from the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, counsel. I just wanted to clarify that on the record for any future reference. Is there anything else we need to take up before we conclude today?
The state needed to take up, at the conclusion of Melanie Pulowski's testimony, the state had indicated that we were requesting she still be held under subpoena. The state at this point is releasing her from her subpoena.
Okay, do you intend to potentially recall her?
No, Judge.
All right, well, you can advise her then that she's released from subpoena and watch the trial if she wants to. Okay, thanks, everyone. in
Judge,
attendance
just a
today.
quick sidebar after we're
Okay,
done.
we can take a sidebar as well, and I'll discuss on or off the record, Mr. Pryor.
Off the record in a sidebar, Judge.
Okay, thank you. We'll be concluded for today then. Thanks, everyone.
All rise.